Bună dimineața. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our conference, Plastic Between Crisis and Opportunity, Romania and Europe at the Crossroads. This is a conference organized by the Circular Economy Coalition with the support of Plastic Recyclers Europe, Professional Recycle, PetStar, Romcarbon, Tomra, Radio Romania Cultural. Welcome. And we hope we'll have today a very good debate on the crisis, but also on the opportunities. We have fellow leaders, policymakers, producers, recyclers that are here today because the plastic value chain stands at a critical juncture. While we rightly take pride in the cornerstone that the previous policy cycle that was set up, the path towards circularity, we must acknowledge that our role now is facing a dependency, unprecedented industrial recession. Driven by soaring energy costs, global competition, and regulatory uncertainty, our sector resilience is steadily eroding. The industrialization is no longer an abstract. It is a rapid reality confirmed by recent data showing production in Europe has declined significantly, a drop of over 13% between 2018 and 2022, followed further by a decrease of 8.3% last year. At this rate, we risk rolling back 2 decades of progress from the Europe leadership in circularity and its ambition for green jobs. Compounding this, European states with low recycling rates like Romania face significant financial penalties at the EU penalty of 0.8 euros per kilogram. We need immediate and decisive policy intervention. Our purpose today is not simply to document this crisis, but to forge a cohesive, towards-looking agenda for recovery and resilience. We must understand that the entire plastic value chain is under a lot of pressure. We have Clean Industrial Deal and the forthcoming Circular Economy Act that requires us to have a focus on the strategies for restoring fair competition by promoting EU-made plastic material and ensuring a level against imports and crucially cutting energy costs. Without further more introduction, I would like to ask on the stage Mrs. Emilia Tarlovska from the Plastic Recyclers Europe that will hold a presentation for us. She's the Public Affairs and Communication Director for Plastic Recyclers Europe. Emilia, you have the stage.
Thank you, Alex. And good morning, and a very warm thank you to the organizers for the invitation. So today, my task as an opening speaker, it's not easy because I will paint a rather stark picture of what is happening today on the markets, and I will cover many topics that Alex has mentioned in his opening. And just to, as a reminder, I'm representing Plastic Recyclers Europe. It's the association which is the voice of recycling industry in Europe. I don't think it works. Yes, it works, perfect. So just back to the basics. Plastics Recyclers Europe is an association with over 30 years of experience in advocating for increasing the recycling rates in Europe. And the industry of plastics recyclers in Europe represents around 30 million tons of installed capacities, 8.6 billion in turnover, 850 companies, and 30,000 employees. However, this is not a full picture that I'm giving you here right now. Why? Because our industry is really at the crossroads today. Over the past decades, plastic recycling was rapidly growing, with doubling the capacities between 2018 and 2023, from 6 million tons to over 12 million tons. In that period, recyclers invested in Europe around 7 to 8 billion euros, And plastic recycling is a very necessary tool to fight the waste crisis, but also to decarbonize plastic, the European economy with the European goals of carbon neutrality by 2040. And it is a very important tool in an efficient tool in making sure that we are getting back the valuable resources into our economy, and increasing our independence on resources. So today, however, the situation is quite different. We are inundated with news monthly, if not even weekly, about the closures of recycling facilities all over Europe. But not only, we see also that the virgin producers are leaving Europe. So today we are losing not only the recycling capacities, the recyclers, but also whole value chain from virgin producers to converters. So what is the state of the affairs of the plastic recycling capacities in Europe? As I mentioned, the current capacities stand at around 13 million tons, but the growth rate, as you can see, is very, very modest, and there is no growth projected for 2025. And just to tell you, to fulfill the plastic packaging targets that the European Union set, we would need a minimum of 6% growth. And as you can see, this is not a full picture here, because we also see that the utilization rates are going down. The turnover is going down. We are now at 8.6 billion. We used to generate 10 billion euros in Europe. So the picture is really stark. We are really losing the leadership in circular plastics. We are now also eclipsed by China, which is producing around 13 million tons of recyclates. Europe is producing around 7, so it's almost double in comparison to Europe. So we're talking also about important overcapacities outside of Europe. And when we look into the closures, so as I mentioned, we have the capacities which have registered a minor growth. However, if we look into the other economic indicators and the ongoing closures in Europe, we see that the closures are accelerating very fast. So from 130 kilotons in 2023 to, we estimated 450 kilotons by the end of this year. This equals 1 million of lost capacities within 3 years time periods in Europe, which equals all the facilities in France. On top of that, we see that specific regions are much more affected. On top, we have the Netherlands, 1/3 of capacities have closed. Germany, and now the situation also in France is degrading as well. And what are the other economic indicators that we can see? We see that the plant utilization rates are plummeting, recyclers' profit margins are squeezed, stockpiling also is widespread, and waste exports actually are surging. And as the math is very clear, we will not be able at this rate to achieve the 50% recycling rates targets. So, as I mentioned, we are not alone as recyclers in this. We are in the same boat as converters and virgin material producers. One of the biggest challenges for Europe is today to ensure that the European industry doesn't lose on its high quality standards, on its circularity, on its zero net policies vis-a-vis the third countries and the competition from third countries. So our policies should actually drive innovation, drive technology development and investment in Europe, and that's what happened with recycling. The targets really boosted investments in recycling. However, the market shows something opposite, and today is really the time to act on that. Europe Europe's plastics industry is really shrinking very fast. And here are some quick, there's some quick data on what is happening actually on the markets. So Europe has now 12% of a share in plastic production worldwide. This is a decrease from 2006 from 22%. On top of that, the imports are increasingly steadily. We have the main countries which are exporting to the US, China, South Korea, and Saudi Arabia. And then for PET, it's Turkey, Egypt, and Vietnam. And on top of that, the capacity, the imports should, the estimates are that they will increase 5 times they will double within the next 5 years. Today, they are constituting around 20% of the total consumption of the EU. On top of that, the trade balance is worsening. So we see that we are importing much more plastic products, but also plastic polymers. As you can see on the slide, we have 18% growth in imports of plastic products and 15% in polymers. On top of that, for virgin production, we lost already 9 out of 42 crackers, steam crackers in Europe. And as you can see with this outlook, Europe will become more dependent in the future on China, Middle East, and rest of the Asia by importing cheap and less sustainable and safe plastics. On top of that, you can see that the turnover of the plastic production in Europe has also decreased by 13% only in 2024 versus 2022, sorry. And we are talking about an important industry that represents 50,000 companies, 400 billion in turnover, so you can see where the recyclers are in that, and 1.5 million European jobs. So what is the global reality for us in Europe when it comes to plastic production? Well, it doesn't look good. So when we see the level playing field outside of Europe is really stuck against us because the global plastic production increased by 4.1% in 2014 and by over 16% since 2018. Asia is now producing around 57% of the world's plastics, and China is accounting for around 34%. And this is not the end. So we are losing production in Europe, but the current trends are that by 2040, we will have 760 million of plastics produced. And nearly half of that will be coming from China. And Europe should represent only 7%, and rest of Asia, 36%. So the numbers are really very worrying. On top of that, the US-EU trade deal will further deteriorate the situation for the plastics industry. We know the tariffs that have been placed also on plastics and 0 tariffs on the US. And to add to that, the situation outside of Europe is looking a little bit better. There are many strategic advantages that the companies outside of Europe have. Firstly, there is much more protectionism. There is much more rapid and much more frequent use of state aid or other kinds of subsidies. And unlike in Europe, there is access to cheap energy and labor. Everybody knows we have one of the highest energy prices in the world, 3 or 5 times higher, the same for the operational costs. There is also much stronger and faster use of trade defense measures, instruments. We can see that with the US. This creates a lot of shifts in the trade flows. very often directing some of the production that was, for example, destined to the US to Europe, creating these squeeze margins here in Europe for recyclers, and not only, also for virgin material producers. And that happened with the tariffs that were placed on PET by US to the Asian and Southeast Asia countries just recently. And we see there is a surge in imports of PET right now in Europe, only comparing the same period, so 2025 versus 2024, we see 25% increase in PET imports only. And on top of that, there is also legislative regulatory asymmetry in comparison to Europe. So basically, outside of Europe, there are almost no mandatory recycled contents for food contact. They are not very well implemented. They are not very well enforced. There are also a lot of delays in enforcing them. So basically, Europe has created a market with its recycled content targets for the imports. And then lastly, there is an excess of polymers production. We are really facing overcapacities. And China, for example, is one of the economies which is really focused on exporting and not using their production for their own consumption. So moving forward, what is the price of this fairness of what we're doing in Europe? So while we have kickstarted all the work on EU production, making EU production more circular, more sustainable, more safe, we see that it's being systematically replaced with non-EU imports. And many of them, as we know, are lacking proper verification and fail to meet the standards, environmental standards, labor standards of Europe. I'm talking here about REACH compliance, about many substances that are already banned by the EU legislation, which are entering our loops, entering the loops also of recyclers. So first of all, we see the lack of proper verification, as I mentioned. So there is this threat of structural greenwashing. We see a lot of fraudulent claims on imported materials that have recycled content, but usually they have none, or it's not really meeting our criteria. We also see that will cause the risks for consumers. We are talking about public health. We don't know what's inside these imports. And also, we, as I mentioned, are facing a challenge as a recycling industry to recycle back these materials, because we have very stringent thresholds on substances in Europe, and we will need to recycle these materials back. And finally, we are going against the strategy of the EU to be independent on resources. And that's where we see its main challenge, to keep the production in Europe and not to import. And of course, we are undermining the circular economy transition in Europe. But was this the plan, actually, of the EU? Well, not really. So the plastic strategy, if you remember, I think it was in 2018, the goal was really to transform the way we produce plastics, how they are designed, used, recycled in the EU, and to modernize, scale up recycling plants in the EU to make plastics circular and, well, to, in fact, as I mentioned, gain this resource in independence. But that's not the case, so this doesn't really correspond to what I just have shown you. And we really now need a critical action, because otherwise we will really cripple our industry and we will not achieve this sustainable circular economy for plastics in Europe. So while the imports are bypassing all the strict regulations in the EU, the recyclers actually today already are setting very high standards. So 60% of EU plastic recycling capacities are already today certified with Recyclas. Recyclas is a voluntary certification that certifies the origin of waste and environmentally sound operations. And out of this, you can see here the percentages of the streams, which streams are certified. So basically what we see is that we are actually having double standards towards imports. So having seen that, what suffocates the plastic recycling industry, I think I already mentioned many of these issues. First of all, lack of competitiveness with imports, and this competition is completely unfair, as I mentioned. Furthermore, well, the energy costs as well. And here we see that 34% of the, on average, on the energy costs that is imposed on the industry is actually taxes. So this is also a call for member states to target that issue. Furthermore, where we have decreasing recyclate demands, lack of implementation and enforcement of the environmental legislation, there are implementation gaps, legal ambiguities, fragmented national approaches that hinder the progress on the ground. So we need also clear guidance, we need enforcement, and otherwise even the upcoming Circular Economy Act will be undermined if we are not targeting those issues. So it's really necessary to bring back legal certainty to boost investments. And finally, administrative burdens. There is a lot of red tape, multiple reporting, long waiting times for permits, costly procedures. And this is really not helping the companies, the business in Europe. So what do we need? We really need urgent measures right now. With decisive political action, Europe can still secure its plastic value chain, but it needs to happen immediately. And with this, it can also secure its climate, economy, and independence. So Europe really cannot build the world's circular plastics economy while suffocating its own industry. And as we speak, the good news, so this is where I'm trying to bring some good news as well. As we speak, the Commission is working on a package by the end of the year called the Circular Economy Package. It should come still this year. That will target specifically plastics recycling sector to remedy the situation. So we are very hopeful that some measures will come very fast, and we will be, of course, monitoring that. So what are these immediate measures to save plastic recycling industry in Europe? And here, I think many of these measures will apply also to, some of these measures will apply to the whole plastic value chain. First of all, we need safeguard measures. Safeguard measures which would level the playing field. And these are actually sort of trade defense instruments which are helping to target specific polymers and products, and they would allow establishing thresholds and tariffs mechanisms for imports if we see that there is a surge of plastics, specific polymers imports. And this is very much linked to the custom codes. We do not have separate custom codes for recycled plastics. So today we are unable to know what is entering the EU, what quantities. It's impossible. The customs of member states, they have no tools to verify what is recycled content, what is not. They don't know how to do it. And we do already have checklists and methodologies that can be easily applied to make that happen. But of course, we also need resources on the ground in member states. Finally, surveillance mechanisms, so that's really linked to the custom codes and safeguard measures. It would consist of a mechanism which would allow tracking the imports of polymers, recycled polymers, and would allow implementation of these safeguard measures, timely implementations of these safeguard measures. And finally, EU legislation enforcement vis-à-vis the third countries, but also inside in Europe to level the playing field. to have a coherent approach to different measures, like also penalty setting for not complying with the EU legislation, which is different, which has different level at member states. And finally, here, very important one is the food contact aspect. So what we see today, that we have a new regulation that entered into force on food contact recyclates, but actually it's not applied vis-à-vis the third countries. So this is number one, to make sure that we are not letting in imports which are not compliant, because we do in Europe all the work, and these imports are again bypassing those requirements. And this loophole is really creating this suffocation of the industry, not only recyclers but also of the virgin plastic producers, and not to mention, of course, the health of citizens. Looking further, what we need today also, when we look at the medium to long-term measures, we need really solutions to build a true singular market for wastes and recycled plastics. We need to remove further internal and structural barriers and challenges to create single market for plastic waste. We need a robust regulatory framework that can be enforced. And we need many of the measures that we already have replicated in the new upcoming legislation of the revision of different legislations. And here I'm talking about harmonized and robust design for recycling. So this is something that is part of the PPWR, but now it has to be really developed, and we definitely need design for recycling, which will increase the quality of plastic waste, because otherwise we will not be able to really fulfill the targets that we have set, in the PPWR. We need to promote and extend those design for recycling guidelines to other pieces of legislation, like, for example, the ELV revision, but also it has to be part of the Circular Economy Act revision. Further on recycled content, it needs to be, I think can you hear me? No. I think oh yes. Furthermore, recycled content. So the goal is to really create market for recyclates, to decouple them from the virgin prices, to boost the demands here in Europe, and it has to be. They have to be also replicated in ELV, building constructions, other type of products and materials. Also, setting interim targets is very important to build up the capacities and give legal certainty to the market. Finally, mirror clauses. So mirror clauses is a very important, powerful mechanism to determine who is eligible to place recyclates on the EU market. And it's really acting as a filtering mechanism, ensuring that only the materials meeting the EU environmental and safety requirements can be imported. So equivalence of those European laws has to be established vis-à-vis third countries, and this is a mechanism that was introduced in PPWR, and again, it has to be replicated in LVR, in any other legislation that sets recycled content targets. And these mirror clauses have to be also based on independent certification, EU-governed third-party checks to make sure that we are not just printing certificates outside of Europe. And finally, we need to reform the EPRs. EPRs have to be based like the recent example of the French decree, which introduces eco-modulation based on the recycled content coming from the EU. So that's also, again, a bonus. We need to boost the demand for EU recyclates. So EU recyclates are getting a bonus in that system. And they really reward European sourced recyclates. We need to make sure that the fees paid in the EPRs are really coming back also to cover the real costs of the waste management of plastics in Europe. And we need to have more transparency also in how the EPRs are set up. We need more also engagement of the waste management and recyclers in those. Okay. And finally, simplification of administrative burdens. We need to create synergies between different legislation, harmonize certification to cut red tape, and we need one unique certification covering all topics. Today, companies have to have multiple accreditations, which are ranging from 20 to 30,000 euros per year, and these costs are often passed on recyclers. So this is really important to work on that. And finally, regional and recycling should be promoted. So we need to take care of our own waste, and we need to promote the made in the EU. And again, energy, trade are very much aligned here. So what I mentioned, and also member states' role in reducing those energy costs is very important. So with that, I'm coming to an end. So what does it mean? What the collapse of the European plastic recycling means? Well, we really we risk losing critical pillar of its circular economy. But the crisis is not only economic, it's also environmental, social, and EU will lose its global leadership in plastic circularity. So how Europe will respond to this crisis will really determine its ability to lead the global transition to sustainability, to remain competitive, and uphold the values behind its policies. This is very important. And if we don't act fast, Europe will soon face a paradox. We will have to shut down our own recycling plants, while at the same time we will export our plastic waste or ban or incinerate it or landfill it. And we do have everything we need. We have the expertise. We are leaders in recycling technologies in Europe. So now we just need the EU and member states to help us bring back this expertise and to okay. Okay, yeah, and to bring back the investments into the EU, because, well, it's not only about the recyclers. We really are risking losing the entire plastic value chain, converters, virgin material producers, and other investors. And without a strong recycling base in Europe, the circular economy will exist only on paper, or worse, outside of our borders. So the time is really to act is now, or someone else will own Europe's circular plastics future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emilia. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. That will be our starting point for the first panel. But just before inviting our speakers for the first panel, we would like to show you a message from the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Nicu Ștefănuță. Please.
Bună ziua! Sunt Nicu Ștefănuță, vicepreședinte al Parlamentului European și vreau să vă dau acest mesaj pentru conferința voastră foarte importantă de azi. Vreau să salut miniștrii, specialiștii prezenți la eveniment, organizatorii. Sunt mereu prezent la evenimente ce au de a face cu circularitatea, cu economia circulară, cu tot ceea ce înseamnă și plasticul, cu reciclarea, cu SGR-ul și cu tot ceea ce înseamnă sustenabilitatea. Sunt europarlamentar verde, din păcate sunt singurul din România în această familie, însă eu consider că vom fi tot mai mulți care vom recunoaște un lucru simplu. Sustenabilitatea poate fi și o afacere, poate fi de interes economic, de interes de creare de joburi. Putem avea multinaționale românești care lucrează în domeniul sustenabilității. Avem deja companii foarte puternice care o fac deja. Cred că domnul Damov a spus că plasticul este de fapt petrol și așa mai departe. Des când vorbesc cu el, simt frustrarea aceea în ceea ce privește cadrul legislativ, în ceea ce privește faptul că îmbuteliatorii nu folosesc suficient plastic reciclat. Faptul că în România se importă mai mult material reciclat în condiții pe care nu le cunoaștem, din țări precum India sau Sri Lanka, sau chiar plastic nou pus pe piață în fiecare an. Ceea ce este o mare, mare problemă, pentru că noi, la nivel european și național, trebuie să creăm piața. Să creăm piața cu tot circuitul ei. Adică și de la sursă, de la îmbuteliatori, la distribuitori, la reciclatori, așa încât întregul cerc să fie unul foarte bine gândit. SGR este un proiect foarte bun și necesar, însă nu este suficient. Se putea extinde și mai mult aria utilizării plasticului reciclat din ambalaje, nu doar sticle. Deci avem multe de făcut în continuare în România. Există capacitate, oamenii din zona de business cu care lucrez și cu care vorbesc ne spun că există capacitate, însă ne trebuie norme și legi care să stabilească foarte clar și să ajute partea asta. Nu totul ține de fonduri. Mediul economic poate rezolva o parte din problemele acestea, însă și pe partea de fonduri europene. Atrag atenția că mai avem 10 luni și 7 zile din PNRR și din toate resursele pe care le avem la dispoziție acolo. Deci, dacă piața de circularitate, piața de reciclare este să reușească în România, noi trebuie să creăm toate condițiile pe tot lanțul trofic al acestei piețe și să sprijinim producătorii, reciclatorii români să facă parte din această piață europeană. Vă mulțumesc tare mult, vă țin pumnii în ceea ce veți discuta astăzi, vă sunt un aliat în Parlamentul European, cât și în relația cu instituțiile românești și europene. Sunt alături de voi și abia aștept să văd rezultatele conferinței de astăzi. Numai bine!
I would like to kindly invite our speakers to come to the stage. Mr. State Secretary Raul Călimpop from the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Viorel Băltărețu, State Secretary from the Ministry of Economy, Digitalization, Entrepreneurial and Tourism, Mr. Mihai Diaconu from the Ministry of Finance, Ms. Emilia Tarlovska, again from Plastic Recyclers Europe, and Mr. Constantin Damov, President of Circular Economy Coalition. Whatever you like. Welcome, everybody. I will start directly with Mr. Pop. You have seen the presentation. Yes, please. You have seen the presentation. Our question is very straightforward. Given the current situation on the separate collection and recycling rates in Romania, where should you focus and intervene in order to boost the plastic separate collection and recycling?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me over. Very good presentation. Thank you very much. In the opening, we got this very multifaceted, comprehensive report on what's going on. Along the past maybe 15 to 20 years, we've seen ups and downs in the marketing and the financial sustainability of the recycling industry. We've seen pressures coming at us generally from abroad or from outside of Romania, although in my view Romania should be a more active player as a member state when the decisions are made. And for that, it's our job in the government to prepare better our positions when we go over and negotiate at European level and even at world level, why not? When it comes to what we do at home, I think, and I'm going to put it very straightforward so it doesn't get interpreted differently, I think we do have a major issue in assigning proper responsibilities, individual responsibilities, in pointing out who's doing the job and who's not doing the job, in finding ways to move or not to move, to cascade down all this, let's say, extra cost, extra commitments to the actual level when the phenomenon is born. And here I'm getting back to your question, Alex, on separate collection of waste at source. We know for a fact that's been a chronicle problem of Romania ever since we invented the syntagm, the collection, the separate collection. And we know also for a fact that at this point in time, we haven't seen for the past maybe more than 5 years a significant increase in performance when it comes to separate collection at source. I wanted to make this bridge towards what some of the things that we are doing as we speak in the Ministry of Environment. And I'm very happy to have here our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Economy, because these perspectives have to be complementary and they have to work together. And that's not something that we have been very good at for the past 10, 15 years, since we're doing jointly policy crafting, let's put it this way, where we have to also to reach, besides ecological targets, we have to reach also market viability, we have to reach also targets when it comes to public finances. And I feel that most of the times we were desynchronized. At this point, for example, we've seen the data, some of it is public, but a lot of it is in the databases and internal reports we get from Environment Fund, for example, from the Environment Agency, on how big the spread is between selective collection or separate collection performance at the municipal level. One of my main targets this period of time is to expose that, is to show exactly where do we have the good practices that can be seen and taken over and adopted in other parts, and also show with no doubt where do we have the biggest laggards, the biggest catch up to do, let's put it this way. And I think that's something that we need to look at more strategically than just for separate collection. We do now have infringements which get paid from the national budget. It's never cascaded to the actual culprits of generating these infringements. We have the plastic tax. There's a discussion on e-waste tax, and for the past 5 to 6 years, we've seen that being paid by all of us and not by the ones who are actually able to do something to reduce them in the future. So one of the priorities is to set the responsibility straight. The other responsibility, or the other priority for us at the Ministry of Environment, is to cut some, let's say, blind spots, bring data up to the public and up to the decision makers, but also convince them to use it. It's sometimes more difficult than it sounds. We always complain there is no data, but even when we have some data, the usage of it is at most discrete. So there would be another pillar for us to be better playing in this sustainability field, at least when it comes to recycling. And the third one, of course, which at least was declared by every single minister and every single decision maker in the governmental side, and also in the legislative arm, in the parliament, simplification of legislation. We have started to work on some stuff. Probably by mid-November, we'll have something in public consultation, starting to simplify legislation for producer responsibility organizations, starting to have a more predictable licensing cycle for all waste streams. I'm not talking only not about packaging plastic, but we have also e-waste, which has its own part of plastic, of course, and also for all the other streams to come. We know for a fact that we have to regulate better the used tires. We have to regulate end-of-life vehicles. We have to regulate end-of-life. And by regulating end of life, I would also make also a link to end of waste. And here also, there also we have some things to standardize, which, as it happens, it's extremely interesting in the context of critical raw materials and the context of our independence from external and less predictable sources of raw materials as well. So I'm very happy that the governmental context is set in a way that we do have all the premises for working on these documents together with the Ministry of Economy, which is our natural ally, you would think. But over time, it has the mere dialogue between institutions being focused only on their verticals has been quite difficult. But now I think some of the topics have matured enough, so it will force us to work together. And if we measure the maturity of these topics in money, definitely we'll have also the support from Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. State Secretary. And because you mentioned the Ministry of Finance, I would like to turn to Mr. Viorel Băltărețu, State Secretary, who is representing Romanian economy. And that includes the circular one also, right? So how do you see from your perspective the way we should increase the recycling rate in such a way that it will not affect the competitivity of the Romanian producers?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Hello, everybody. It's interesting. First of all, my colleague and my friend, Mr. Raul Pop, spoke from the point of view of the environment and let's say taking from the market or from the environment the waste and selecting, looking to some targets for collecting. But I want to speak from the point of view of the economy, from the point of view of the companies. We should do this in a manner that is efficient. Efficient as a, let's say, for companies to be interested to do this kind of business. Collecting, recycling, processing, and in the end, because we speak about the legislation for the circular economy, we need to put back the result of all these activities back in the economy, creating new products, and all these parts should be with efficiency. Otherwise, will be no interest from the economy, for the entrepreneurs, for the multinational companies. Of course, from our point of view, is we can come with different help aids, with different programs, with some let's say barriers. I'm coming from the entrepreneurship all my life. I've been an entrepreneur, and I know that I don't like when the government tell me this is a barrier, this is a rule that you should apply against my way of doing business. So we should somehow find a way of working together. And this is my idea about being here on this seat, that the Ministry of Economy, also the Ministry of Environment, and also for the fiscal, what is the financial ministry, should work together and have the main goal, the common goal. Yeah? So we have a cleaner environment, but also competitive economy. And what I'll tell you now about this is that on the governmental level, we have already the circular economy national strategy, and also we have and we work now on one action plan. This is happening on inter-ministerial commission, different let's say under commissions for different topics, and here I will ask you as a companies to come to us, to give us feedback, because I want to tell you that when I come in this morning, I was more optimistic. But after I saw your report, my level of optimism go a little bit lower. So we will face different problems that, first of all, we need to accept that we have that problems. And like my colleague Raul Pop said, we should work on figures. If we don't have data, we can take decisions just based on presumptions, on feelings, on what I believe that is good or bad. So the most important is to have data and use that data in the right way, to accept that data are, of course, check that are right, and also accept that are right, and take decision based on that. I saw you mention, I confess I didn't know about this, some bankruptcy in Germany, where we look and we have the impression that the economy it's going much better than here. So we should take very closely why that was happened, why that companies go in, let's say, went in bankruptcy, and to at least to learn something. This is all my life I said, at least if I have a difficult situation or a failure, at least to learn something for that, not to happen again. So I will be more than interested to discuss your report, and also to look more deeper in the in data, and to understand what was the problem there and what we should avoid. After that, also we on the Ministry of Economy, maybe you heard already about this, we had, I think 2 years ago, it was a program for minimis, for state aid, for circular economy. It was a very small amount, 8 million euro, that we give it to, in the end, to 47 projects, and we support modernizing equipment for recycling. We help to be created new recycling center, also some production line for plastic for one-time utilization. Of course, this project is just a small part of what we should do, and for that we need to increase. So we now thinking about new state aids from our ministry to help for modernizing the industrial equipment. Also, we speak about a digital platform for traceability of the plastic materials that we want to work it with ADR, the digital authority in Romania. So also we are looking, and I'm a very big fan of the partnership between public and private sector to try to develop, for example, this part with innovation, and to invest more and encourage companies to invest in R&D and to discover new ways, and after that to put it in their companies. All these researches in order to become more competitive, because again, and I'm finishing my speech here, we need to be competitive, and we need to be realistic about the target that we set up as a state, with what the economy can do in order to grow in a, let's say, to grow sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary, because I like very much how you pass the ball between the three of you, the representatives of the authorities. I would like now to turn to Mr. Mihai Diaconu. We have a very specific question for you, because you have seen what the measures intended to be taken from the other ministries, we all know that the finance is the place where the money is, right? So how do you plan to support our circular economy transition and to try to help us solve this plastic crisis? You can answer in English or in Romanian, whatever you like.
Hello, good morning everybody. If you agree, I will speak in Romanian because I don't use English so often, so it's more easy for me if you agree. Bună ziua tuturor, vă mulțumesc frumos pentru invitație și pentru șansa de a participa la o conferință într-un domeniu care poate nu are legătură cu Ministerul Finanțelor, dar o să vedem cât de mult are. Și o să pornesc de la ce zicea colegul meu, Raul Pop, mai devreme, apropo că tot pasăm mingea de la unii la alții. Așa cum spunea și dânsul, trebuie să stabilim foarte bine cui sunt responsabilitățile. Răspunsul aici e și mai simplu, să ale tuturor, din perspectiva Ministerului de Finanțe, și o să vă explic imediat de ce. Desigur, fiecare în funcție de competențele, atribuțiile și rolul lui în societate, de la simplu cetățean care trebuie să aibă grijă și să recicleze toate tipurile de materiale. Tema de astăzi este plasticul, dar România are multe probleme pe toate zonele, până la rolul nostru principal al reprezentanților guvernului, al guvernului, al furitorilor de politici publice și a celor care au atribuție de implementare. De ce suntem toți responsabili? Păi o să vă explic imediat de ce. Că și pentru noi e șocantă suma. Doar în perioada 2021-2024, România a plătit, ca urmare a neîndeplinirii țintelor, nu vorbim doar de plastic neapărat, 4,33 de miliarde de RON. Sunt cam 2 spitale regionale, în doar 4 ani, pe care România și noi toți le-am fi putut construi dacă am fi... Desigur, asta e situația ideatică cu 100%. Bun. O să vină și întrebarea, ok, ce putem face? Răspunsul iar e la fel de simplu, cumva. Acum 2 ani, printr-o schemă de ajutor de stat a Ministerului de Finanțe, am participat la inaugurarea unei facilități de reciclare a ambalajelor din plastic. Ce am înțeles acolo, din acel proiect, am înțeles un lucru simplu. Investițiile aduc profit atât pentru stat, cât și pentru companii. Și ăsta este secretul. Să investim în ceea ce avem nevoie pentru a ne atinge aceste ținte. Dincolo de gradul de sănătate al naturii, măcar, din perspectiva Ministerului de Finanțe, noi ne uităm la această sumă care este enormă, pe care ne-am dorit să nu mai plătim, pe care România și-ar dori să nu mai plătească, pentru că toată lumea o plătește din banii contribuabilor, că sunt persoane fizice sau juridice, taxe și impozite. Bun, ce am înțeles acolo? Câștigă ambii parteneri și câștigă foarte simplu. Din acea investiție, pe lângă faptul că era o capacitate de reciclare și de procesare a plasticului în fulgi, câștiga inclusiv compania, din ce am înțeles, cam 400 de euro pe tonă. Și așa câștigă ambii parteneri. Odată statul, că nu mai este nevoit să compenseze această lipsă de eficiență pe zona de reciclare pe ambalaje din plastic, odată compania are un câștig direct și o creștere a rentabilității. Astăzi suntem deficitari pe multe zone, mai ales pe zona de non-PET. Din păcate, exact cum spuneau și colegii, ce trebuie să facem noi este să lucrăm mult mai bine care implementează.
Nu mai avem fonduri. Taxa pe speech.
Acum, când ziceați partea bună,
e posibil să fie atins. Acum mergem. Ok. Tot zicea colegul meu, Raul Pop, de Ministerul de Finanțe și de dat bani. Bani se găsesc. Din păcate, ce putem da zilele astea e ce avem cu prisoțință și aici avem deficit. Dar paradoxul este că banii au existat și există. Din nefericire, poate nu suntem suficient de eficienți în a-i folosi. Din ce știu, existau ceva investiții prevăzute în PNRR, din păcate acestea nefinalizându-se la timp, s-au găsit alte fonduri pe zona de fond de mediu, dar asta înseamnă de fapt bani pierduți. Și iară putem adăuga cumva și banii ăștia la suma aia de 4,33 de miliarde. Cam asta este soluția, să avem o strategie clară, niște pași clar de făcut și să avem grijă ca proiectele să se implementeze. Ați văzut cât de succes a fost proiectul implementat de colegii noștri cu SGR. Toată lumea acum are sticlele strânse, cel puțin soția mea are portbagajul plin și timp în timp merge cu copilul și le reciclează. Ceea ce e un exemplu de succes. Cam asta este viziunea Ministerului de Finanțe. Rolul nostru este să înțelegem mecanismele și, desigur, să le finanțăm. Și aici, întotdeauna, noi veți găsi un partener. Pentru că targetul este ăsta. 4,33 de miliarde în doar 4 ani. Doar pe plastic. Mulțumesc frumos.
Mulțumim frumos. Thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary. I'm just wondering because there is somebody I keep seeing and seeing all over the conferences and speaking and knowing everything about circular economy. I was wondering, Mr. Damov, what is the general idea behind the conference and how did you contribute it together with the colleagues to this conference? Actually, what is the crisis and what is the opportunity?
Well, happy to have so many people here. Be welcome. And I will first make a remark. Never on the stage we had the 3 ministries like today, that they really need to cooperate in our domain. Circularity is all about cooperation. Why we are here today, it's a big buzz about plastic. It's good, it's not good, it's in the water, it's in the ocean, it's in our pockets. What is the future? What is the story? What is a threat? And why we are paying money as a nation? Why we are paying 15 euro for each inhabitant in Romania per person without knowing how? So it is an opportunity in all this story, or it's only threat. We started like a funeral. Just across the street, we have a new church. I hope we'll stay in this room, and at the end, we'll end up with a better feeling about what we are doing here. I will ask a question. Can you raise the hand? Who believes in circular economy in this room? Okay, you have lunch today. Well, I have to tell you, I found something in Brussels this week that circular economy is dead, but it's born circular competitive economy. The new DG for environment is not called anymore DG environment, but it's called DG environment and competitive circular economy, which means we need to transform the idea of circularity in something that is making money, something that is making sense. I was saying yesterday in another discussion, your child is collecting packaging, you go at the machine, it's going for recyclers, and then there is a market. And the market is our king. Can we have a market? Because people are closing here, not because we don't have plastic in Europe, but we don't have a market for recycled plastic. And I want to say, if all recyclers do their job and have a big stock of recycled material, according to criteria of the end of waste, that material is not sold, so it still remains waste. So recycled material not sold, it still remains waste. But why we are recycling plastic? It's because plastic is crude oil. Do we have enough crude oil in Europe? No, not so much. I mean, there are some people like Norway and here and there, but not enough. So it's making sense to recycle plastic in order not to depend on countries which most of them, they are not very friendly, they are not democracies, they are a threat for our supply chains. Why we are not able to do? I think this is a question. We are here to understand how can we make this initiative competitive. And what we see, it's, you see, everybody is trying to adjust his economy. Mr. Trump, which he's affecting also plastics and aluminum and other things with his drill baby drill, he's changing 2 times a day the tariffs. European Union will come with a new circular act by the end of next year if everything goes well. I think we can be faster. And the opportunity, I think, here, and I will tell to our honorable minister present here, Romania can do more than European Union. And this is a question, can we adopt our secondary legislation, other decision, like recently France did it. France was introducing a law, anti-waste, which is establishing a lot of solution to push the circularity in the country. I won't speak longer because I will keep some information for and also conclusion for the last panel. But I have to say that we have all the how to say the start for a great conference today. And inputs of everyone in this room will be very valuable. Maybe we can go home with some ideas and direction for our businesses. We can make some money at the end of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damov. I would like to come back again to Mrs. Tarlovska because 28 key players across the European plastic value chain have sounded the alarm in a joint letter directed to EU policymakers. That letter highlights the severe paradox. Recycling targets are rising while facility closures are surging. With that threat of deindustrialization becoming real, what is the single most urgent structural policy, such as enforcing mirror measures on import or securing a strong internal market, must the Commission implement immediately to stop the capacity decline and restore investment confidence in European plastic recycling?
Thank you, Alex, for this question. I think we have a slide just to let you know what are we talking about. It is an initiative that was launched by recyclers, and we managed to reach out to the whole value chain of plastic producers, converters, waste management, etc., and different associations also from member states to work on a recommendation on what has to happen on the ground to help the industry in Europe. So that was a really good start. And with that, I think many important points were mentioned. So, and also in my presentation, I mentioned that trade is really a huge issue and a drawback for Europe right now. So traditionally, European Union is very free trade oriented, but the dynamics in trade flows are changing very fast. As Mr. Damov mentioned, we see tariffs being applied almost on a monthly basis on different products. This really creates instability on the market and also creates these shifts in the flows of goods, which are also directed very often to Europe at very cheap prices. And that's my first main recommendation. It's really to use more effectively these trade defense instruments that the EU has, because we are lagging behind. Other countries are much faster in implementing them. And what we see today also is that there are many anti-dumping investigations ongoing in Europe. There was one on PET, which was implemented, I think, in 2024, on China, on PET beverage grades PET. But what we saw is that in the meantime, while the AD was implemented on China, the imports from Vietnam have quadrupled following that anti-dumping case. So we see that anti-dumping is not really the solution here today. It's very often bypassed, circumvented. It's coming too late. It's taking too much time. And that's what brings me to my first solution I presented, safeguard mechanism. And this is where also member states will play a role, because we need the Commission, but also the member states to alert the Commission on the situation on the ground, and that leads me to the companies also. They need to provide hard data, and that's when I'm coming to Mr. Baltaretu, who mentioned that data is really important. If we are to show that there is an injury to the plastic industry, to the companies in the EU, we need to have data to make that case, and to, in the first place, it's the measure right now that I see to protect, to make, actually it's not protectionist, it's really to have this restore level playing field for European companies.
Thank you very much, Emilia. And because we have a few more minutes in this panel, I would like to come back to our state representatives, to each and every one of them, and I would kindly ask you to, now please put it back. I would kindly ask to choose one measure that you could implement immediately and very fast within your ministry.
I don't have to, if I can start, I don't have to choose. It's in my attributions 1, 3, and 6.
Which would be the priority for you and why?
At this point, we work on a 6 for something of detail, but I think I'll take it in a, I don't know, in a random of 6, 3, and 1 then, because 1 it's a longer shot.
Thank you very much.
But one thing we need to put on the table, this is not a destination.
No, it's
It
a
is a
journey.
road, and we have to keep on pushing towards that, and the market will change in the meantime, the prices will float in the meantime, some other geopolitical conditions will change. So definitely we're going to be in this discussion for a very long time.
I'm sure about that. Please.
Yeah, I think, you know, what I feel that I can do something in that direction, restore fair competition. But on the other side, I hear what you said about trade barriers, anti-dumping measurements taken quicker. I'm the fan of free market, but the reality is when you play unfair, we should be more active as states, looking to the European Union, let's say, unique market. So I had a debate also on last week on another conference about a state that is just let's say with less involvement, or a state that is a player in the economy. I'm not a fan of based on my let's say my internal thoughts that the state must be a player. But in this condition today, what we face it, I think the state must be a player, but a fair player, a player that explains and is transparent and why is taking decision to protect the economy, and the purpose and the final purpose of this intervention should be for restoring a fair and let's say fair competition, yeah, on the market. But this must be explained. This must be done together with the let's say economical environment, and we should have more communication, more discussion, more decision that we take together, and hearing you after all. This is what I want to point out, and I hope that we will be more, let's say, open to this kind of discussion together with my colleagues from the other two ministers, for the let's say from point of view of the government, to hear more what you have to say and to take decision quicker but fair.
Thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary. Mr. Diaconu, please choose one measure that you can implement
Yes,
fast.
I want to choose two because
Thank you.
for me it's 1 and 2 in that order, because if you don't do, we don't do something about fair competition and energy cost, we, Romania, Europe, we cannot win the war with China or Turkey. So in that condition, I think the first two, it's the most important and immediately. After that, also, we can do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Mr. Damov, if you were to choose one of them, which would be priority?
Well, I'm here, I'm not in the government.
No, of course.
I'm
We
more
know
like
that.
representing the fan club of the government.
Yes.
I agree totally here that 1 and 2 are very important. Why we have to enhance sometime EPR or other intervention if we don't have a fair competition? Will be a lot of costs, a lot of money. Producer may pay a lot more, will be a lot of social costs, municipalities, if we don't have a fair competition. Fair competition field, and something is wrong if we are talking about fair competition, it means we are not in a fair competition field now. So we need all the measures to have a fair competition which will unlock the market and will be less necessary funds to cover different costs, subsidies, and the money that sometimes can create even mortality of companies in Europe. And energy, it's clear that if we speak an international competition, we want to be competitive. We have seen a lot of intervention, and circular economy, it's about material and energy. Einstein was saying sometime in this world only energy and material exists. So to make a transformation of the material, you need energy. And energy in our industry is between 30% and 95% for aluminum, for example. So controlling this and creating a competitive energy can really give a big boost. All the other state intervention probably will create more trouble in the direction of circular competitive economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damov. Mrs. Starlovka, if you want to add something more on that, after you heard all the speakers.
Yeah, maybe just one thought that
two.
I would like to add is that I think that there is also this perception also from the EU that imports and free trade, of course, I'm not against free trade, but as mentioned, we need to create this level playing field, which is currently in a disbalance. So there is this perception that cheaper imports mean also cheaper products for our consumers. But actually, it's not really the case, because even the converters today cannot really compete with the high energy costs, operational costs. Even with these cheaper imports, they will never be able to compete with other products from outside of the EU. And in the end, what we see with these cheaper imports are really disappearing the jobs, less tax revenues for the states, and really growing dependence, meaning that we will not be able to, I think we have a risk on different levels, also on labor rights, on environmental standards. We will have without industry in Europe, we will have nothing to say in this global game of trade and setting standards, worldwide standards. So that's my closing message, I would say.
Thank you. In your opinion, Europe is still setting standards?
It tries.
It tries.
It's lagging behind right now, yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers for this great panel, but before I will all invite you to go for a coffee break until 11:45. I have two small announcements to make. One of them is that we will recycle this, so unless you want to keep it as a souvenir, please, when you after lunch when you leave for home or office, just leave it on the reception desk. And two, on your tables, you'll have some sustainable straws. I know this is a plastic conference, but actually they are made out of wheat. This is a Romanian producer, so please take home one sustainable straw for your drinks. Thank you very much. Enjoy the coffee until 11:45. Thank you for the speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mulțumim.
Vă rog să luați loc, începem în câteva momente. Please take your seats. We're going to start in a few minutes. We'll have an online intervention, and then I will ask the speakers to come to the stage, but first we'll have somebody online. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We have online Mrs. Gemma Webb, who is the CEO and President of Returo. Good afternoon, Gemma. How are you?
Good afternoon. It's a or good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a
virtually.
pleasure. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you with us. We have been discussing about plastic value chain, and your DRS, our DRS in Romania, is one of the key players. So we're having a short question for you. You manage the DRS, and he has successfully demonstrated its capacity to create nationwide collection logistics and material traceability for specific beverage containers. How can Returo operational model and expertise can be leveraged, either through collaboration or adoption, to help resolve the collection and sorting crisis currently faced by other plastic packaging, like non-beverage plastics, complex films, and etc., which are critical to the broader circular economy and still struggle to become a multi-billion-dollar raw material?
Well, the first thing that I would say is success builds success. And just to remind everybody, we're now operating over 2 years, coming up to the 2-year anniversary. And we have a rolling 12 months of collecting over 80% of every beverage container that goes on the market and recycling 95% of that. In terms of plastics, this is exactly the same. We're collecting more than 80% and recycling of every plastic bottle, PET that goes on the market, and recycling, selling to recyclers the material for 95% of that material, which is fantastic. And in the last 2 months, our collection rate has been over 90%. What the DRS has shown us is that the quality of the material that we're collecting, it's a good quality of material, very high quality, and a great resource to be able to supply the recycling industry for it to be put back into the system. Now, in terms of what can be looked at by other materials, every material is different, but the most important thing, if we look at what were the key success factors that can be replicated, and this is the principles. And the first principle that was really well done in terms of the deposit return system in Romania is the clarity of purpose. Now, the framework was very well defined and simple. It was a framework designed to achieve a high collection and recycling rates for beverage containers. Now, it had the right policy instruments, technology, and corporate governance all played a key role. And it's not just about the infrastructure. It's about clear accountability and real-time data, ensuring that there's full transparency, because this gives the confidence in the system. And this is really critical. And this is what the deposit return system has shown us in Romania. The other thing that I would say is that was critical to success is the framework that was put in place. Certain elements in the framework is firstly the role that everybody plays and the accountability of every player. This is so important because when you're putting something as complex as this in place, everybody needs to know what their role is, what they're accountable for. In addition to that, each player should have the appropriate incentives to ensure that they play their role to the best of their ability in the system. All of these elements coming together ensures a solid system. The deposit return system for beverage containers cannot be replicated in itself for other materials. When we talk about flexible plastics, etc., it cannot be replicated. But as I say, the principles are important. And we'll need to look at the whole value chain and how each person, how each player in the value chain, what their role is and how they need to be incentivized. And this is what I would repeat when we look at the other materials, particularly when it comes to consumers. One thing that's been really important in the success of the deposit return system is the consumer participation. It wouldn't be the success today if we didn't have the consumers participating. And the key element of that is the deposit that's paid and that's returnable. And if we look at systems right throughout the world and right throughout Europe, having the right deposit level is very important for the system to work. Then the other elements come in where people understand, yes, we have a clean roads, we have clean environment, we have clean landscapes. This then builds on it, and people understand the importance of having a cleaner landscape, of the environment, and of recycling. And it brings it all together. What I would say, the strength of Romania's deposit return system lies in its partnership, its cooperation, successful private-public collaboration with the government, producers, retailers, and consumers share responsibility and benefit from the outcome. So just to repeat, really, it's the principles that need to be looked at and that should be shared and copied for the other materials and the other value chains, because it's these key principles that has made this deposit return system in Romania the success it is today in such a short period of time.
Thank you so much, Gemma. We really appreciate your intervention in our conference. We know how full is your schedule. Hope to see you live in our next events. Thank you so much and lots of luck with the DRS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye. Just before inviting Mr. Marcel Alberts to give us a presentation on the bottlenecks of the recycling industry in the Kingdom of Netherlands, I would like to give the floor for a very short intervention to Professor Constantin Opran, who's the president of Aspa Plast, and he will give us some important ideas. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I am Opran, I am from Aspa Plast, and I am plastic product. It's very easy. I am the very big guilty for this conference, because at the end, this plastic material must be recycled. And this is why we are here. Must be recycled. Okay. And I want to speak, first of all, it's very important. Plastic is compulsory, is necessary. For a normal life, we must use plastics. And regarding the strategy of plastic, I want to speak about the reason why to use plastic, result and solution. What is this, from my point of view, is not crisis. It's a normal strategy, and we speak about global competition. On the market, at this time, we have a decrease of plastic product. Inside the plastic product is an original material and recycled material. And if we have decrease of the plastic product, we have a decrease of recycled material. It's normal. And what are the solutions for this situation? The solution is opportunity. It's very important to see an opportunity in the field of plastics. Solution, I have some proposal, new application. Every people that we are here, we must to have a point of view regarding new application of recycled plastic. Another point of view is new technology. New technology, we speak about new technology in the field of recycled product and new technology of electrical energy, because it's a very big problem. Another point of view, another proposal, high quality of recycled plastic. High quality, attention, my friend. A recycled plastic must have a high quality to use in the right place.
Of course.
And for the first step is to have design for recycling. This is why we are here, in order to have a better life, a better plastic product. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Opran. Thank you. Marcel, would you be so kind to join me? Marcel is the founder of Helix from the Kingdom of Netherlands, and he will talk to us about his struggle to keep the business continuing. Please, Marcel.
Thank you. How can I go through the slides? Thanks. Thanks so much for Circ and also the Dutch Embassy for giving me the opportunity to tell you a little bit about Helix. So basically, our company started with the picture on the left-hand side for you, the turtle being stuck. In my previous life, actually, I was selling fiber to the European rope and net makers. So when I saw this world press photo, I wasn't particularly feeling very proud. And that more or less sparked the idea to set up Helix to basically create a circular future for plastic fiber waste. So during Corona, we were investigating the situation, and actually these ropes and nets are made from plastic, often polyolefins, and it can also be recycled. Okay, it has some specific challenges, but it can be overcome, and that way we can take in those ropes and finally make a certified circular plastics which can be used to our customers to produce new ropes again. So these are the products we do, PP, HDPE, this is the way they look like, just to give you an idea. And yeah, some of the applications, these are the fishing nets which we recycle to produce, for instance, beverage crates for AB InBev, Corona in Germany, some of the maritime ropes with the issues we typically have, those mussels which also need to be taken out. In Norway, for instance, the trays in McDonald's are being made of these materials, and some agricultural products which we also recycle, so-called baler twine, to make these kind of ropes, and a typical Dutch product, tulip nets for the cultivation of tulip bulbs. And finally, we produce, or not we, our customer, Charlie Bear, produces crates for Coca-Cola. It's a nice example because there's no pigment being used in this. It's used underground. Pigment is extra cost. They don't use it. But at the end of the day, it clearly shows the fact that if it's designed, it wasn't designed, but it's actually much more suitable for recycling because you can make it all different colors. And that's exactly what Coca-Cola wanted, to have, let's say, their iconic red color in a post-consumer recycled crate. And the last example of the services that we do, sometimes customers want to retain their ownership of the material, like the Ocean Cleanup, a Dutch initiative which collects ghost gear from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It comes to us, we are their partner. This is how it looks like. It's really crap, but finally we managed to recycle that, and it's being now used in Kia's EV3, and Kia is one of the main sponsors of the Ocean Cleanup. Some of the equipment that we use, I think this is the fastest I've ever gone through this deck, but I just understood I have a little bit shorter than I anticipated. And actually, I'm not here to tell you about Helix. I'm actually here to tell you more about the challenges we face. So when we started Helix, 2021, everybody was saying, wow, this is a fantastic idea, ghost gear, such a big issue. There's so much of these ropes, big bags, nobody knows what to do with it. This can't go wrong. And here we are 5 years later, and if we look back, the whole world has changed. I mean, who would have thought 5 years ago that there's the war in Ukraine, look what's going on in Israel, and well, also for us that has caused a lot of issues. What we have seen, Emilia has done an outstanding job to basically present all the challenges that we are also facing. So I will not repeat it, but I will try to elaborate a little bit on how it impacted us. Where initially when we started, it was like a first-of-a-kind factory. We had to overcome all kind of technical issues. But when we started, the price of our polymers, virgin, was over 2,000 euro a ton. Our sales price was 1,500 euro a ton. So we had literally a line in front of the company of customers who all wanted to become circular. But then the issue was our factory was not producing yet the amount it was supposed to. So those are our issues which we finally resolved. But what we saw as the more and more our capacity increased, the more and more the prices started to drop. And there was a very clear moment in time when basically the sales price of virgin dropped below 1,500 euro per ton, our sales price. All of a sudden, the queue was gone. So all the customers who wanted to become circular basically just wanted to have a better price, but used, let's say, the argument of become circular in their benefit. So fortunately for us, we still had a few courageous customers who helped us in the start, the launching customers, and they stick with us. And so they continued buying even though the price went lower than 1,500 euro per ton. But then came a moment in time that it became below 1,000 euro per ton. So when we started above 2,000, then it dropped to 900. And then even our founding customers, who, if let's say the letter of intent would be correct, now we would be building a second plant for them. They said, Marcel, we want to continue to buy circular plastics from you, but the hard truth is that we are a market leader in our segment, and if we are going to continue to buy from us, we are losing market share because our competitors are using virgin. There's no legislation, so we cannot justify buying more expensive material from you. And that's when we really had to pivot our business model from the initial idea, having my background in fiber, like closed loop recycling, from rope to rope, big bag to big bag, net to net, to pivot away to look for, let's say, applications where legislation was in the make. And that's how we got to automotive applications and also those crates for Coca-Cola and AB InBev. So we managed to do that, but it was not out of luxury. So what we see now is indeed Europe is flooded by cheap import of virgin from Asia, but also from the US. And there has been regulation in the make, like for instance the end-of-life vehicle directive for automotive was supposed to be passed already 2 years ago. Well, it's been delayed again. I think this week in the news, plastic tax in Italy, delayed for the 8th times, I believe. So it's you see that a lot of these regulations are either stalled or softened. That's also what we see. And a very sad example is also in the Netherlands, where initially we had the ambition to be, let's say, the front runner in Europe and already be in 2027 have like a mandatory recycled plastic usage. And everything was geared for that to be formally adopted in May of this year. It was already in the planning, and finally, it just didn't make it. So it was removed. And in the same announcement, there was also the plastic tax, which was supposed to be implemented in the Netherlands by 2028. They also said, we're not doing that. Then there was the fossil subsidy, like if you take oil to make gasoline to fuel your car in the Netherlands, and I think everywhere, you have to pay a lot of tax. If you use the same crude oil to make plastics, well, guess what? There's no tax. So this fossil subsidy was supposed to be taken away, but let's say just in one announcement in May, all these three things changed, and by doing that, basically the Dutch politics more or less sacrificed the plastics recyclers in the Netherlands. Because also we were in the running to get like a loan, extra loan from the bank, and they say, well, let's wait until legislation will pass, and then we will close the deal. Well, guess what? Deal didn't close, and we also immediately noticed that some of the projects we were running were put on hold because by relieving the plastic tax and the mandatory use of circular plastics, immediately also projects went in the refrigerator. So yeah, who is there to blame? I think, well, it's easy to point your finger at the politicians, but it's not completely fair. We also seen that the ambitions from many of the brand owners, like Unilever, they came out in the open explaining like, okay, we're reducing our our pledges, and we're not going to make them. But many other multinationals and brand owners have done it more silently, just changing it on their website without explicitly mentioning it. But at the end of the day, I also don't think that they are to blame. What you see is it's more society has changed their priorities, where a couple of years ago, everybody was, during Corona, everybody was very much involved with, let's say, a global warming, sustainability, and companies were thriving, and by them thriving, they made funds available to develop circular solutions. But now what you see is the society, there's two main topics, at least in the Netherlands, but I think more broader in Europe. It's about war and about immigration. Those are the two top priorities. And as a result, circularity is just not top of mind anymore in the Netherlands. So these are the things which are creating the issues for us. In addition to what Emilia also mentioned, the fact that in Western Europe, once the war started, energy costs spiked. As a result, inflation spiked and labor cost went up. Where the idea a couple of years ago, if you have, let's say, a very high quality level of post-consumer recycled material, you would be able to get a premium because it's more expensive, especially now. That thought is completely gone. We've done a hackathon, and the outcome of the hackathon was very clear. At the moment, if you're at a premium of virgin, well, forget it. Like a couple of years ago, when the prices of virgin were so high, that's no problem. You don't need legislation. But now, the only way to make it work is legislation. And yes, there's legislation, like the packaging and packaging waste regulation by 2030, but that's not helping us now. Is that out? Oh, okay, then I should be good, thank you. What we've seen in the Netherlands, and it was also on Emilia's list, is since the beginning of last year, 12 of my colleagues went bust. I call it colleagues because we're all fighting the same cause. And that's really, really sad because I know many of them, and they really fought like lions to make it work. But it's just not working. And just in the Netherlands, 1/3 of the recycling capacity has vanished, where we knew in 2020 when we started that we would need double the amount. And it's really sad if you think about it, like in just 5 years, how everything has changed and that this is happening. And you read the newspapers, everybody is writing about it, look on LinkedIn, but nothing's happening. So that's the sad truth. And what you now also see is that we still need much more recycling capacity, but it's right now you need money. Well, guess what? The investors are not willing to pay because there's no business case at the moment. And why would an investor put money in a project where it's unable to make a profit? So these are the challenges. And also at Helix, we did everything in our power to become competitive. And with a small, teeny-weeny plant with just 6,000 tons in the Netherlands, we managed to get our price below 1,000 euro per ton. And we thought, we're there. But guess what? In the past 2-3 months, even virgin prices went lower. We have customers now getting it delivered for 830 euro a ton. Well, there's no way that we can do that. So then we can decide, okay, we're going to stop Helix, but then that would be the end of the adventure, and I didn't start it for nothing. I mean, the greatest threat to the planet is the idea that somebody else will save it. It's our responsibility to help. So finally we said, okay, we don't have the economies of scale with only one line. We have too high energy cost and too high labor cost. So what we're now trying to do is see if we can take our line, which is now operating as it has never worked before, and put it on a different location, and maybe with a partner recycler who has already 2 or 3 lines where we can add one, preferably in a country with lower wages or lower energy cost, to see if that way we can become competitive against virgin again. So maybe if anybody is here who would be interested to discuss this in a bit more detail, I'll be around the rest of the day, and feel free to approach me or send me a LinkedIn message and I'll get back to you. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Marcel.
Am I still in time?
Please take a seat.
Okay.
And we will invite the other speakers to join us. Thank you. We have today with us Mr. Cristian Moldovan, who is the Group Packaging Legislation Manager, Coca-Cola HBC Romania. Please join us. We have Mr. Crisinel Dobrotă, Deputy General Manager, Romcarbon S.A. Please join us. We have Mr. Andrei Dinescu, who is Chief Commercial Officer at Greenpoint Management. Please join us. We have Mr. Paul Budnaru, Commercial Director at Greentech. We have Mr. Ionuț Georgescu, who is the CEO and founder of FEPRA. And we have Mr. Traian Ionescu, Regional Sales Manager, Tomra Recycling. Please join us.
Maybe later. What's this? Oh. N-am fost atent. Păi vezi că stai pe scaunul meu.
Gentlemen, I hope you have understood and took a lot of learnings from both the presentation that we saw from Emilia and from Marcel. One is what is the status of the industry, the supply chain in Europe, and the other is what actually happens in practice. We're sorry to see that happening. So I'm going to start with Mr. Moldovan. Your company is a front runner in rPET content in packaging. We all know that. How do you see the future competition between the European rPET and the imported material? Is this affecting your competitivity on the market? And is your company putting the market other plastic categories as well, reaching the high rate of recyclability? Is this a big challenge for you? Actually, two questions.
I'll try to answer both. I speak in English now?
Sure.
Okay. I want to start by challenging you a bit, Marcel.
Please.
I saw on your slide that sustainability is no longer a priority. And maybe this is valid for the public opinion now that we saw other topics raising in interest. But for us as a business, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone here, it still remains and it will remain a top priority. And it's no longer something nice to have, maybe like 10, 15 years ago. But now it's embedded in every aspect and in every facet of our business. And I can speak on behalf of the company that I represent. We, Coca-Cola HBC, we are the most sustainable beverage company in Dow Jones best-in-class index, so a reputable sustainability index, and also sustainability leader in other world well-known indexes by professional and sustainability people that recognize these achievements. Now, this doesn't come without an effort or without a price. And as I mentioned, in order to be the most sustainable beverage company or in order to be sustainable, you need to implement sustainability practices in every aspect of the business. So we tried to do this especially regarding the packaging, because we believe we have this mission and this goal to take care of every aspect of every stage in the value chain of the packaging that we place on the market. And we started with design. We make it more recyclable. We try to incorporate recycled content in our packaging. And yes, it is challenging, Alex, and I will speak about this. But also, we are trying to move from single-use plastic or single-use glass to reusable packaging. Then we move to what happens with the packaging after we place it on the market. So we invest a lot in collection system all across the countries where we operate. We need well-designed and very adequate packaging collection system, whether we speak about extending producer responsibility, PROs, or deposit return system. This year we inaugurated a packaging collection hub in Nigeria, which we are very proud of because it is something that it's unusual for the European market. How the packaging collection is done in Africa, and I assure you that there are a lot of quantities, they are good quality, that we can use for recycling in Europe or in local level as well. This packaging collection hub has a capacity of 13,000 metric tons per year, and now it's in full capacity. But it's not only what it does in terms of collection of packaging or in terms of processing that packaging collected, but it also has a social value added because it creates and sustains 1,000 jobs across the value chain on the packaging waste management in the state of Lagos in Nigeria. Moving to Europe, we coordinated the efforts for implementing well-designed deposit return system, and now with Poland going live 2 weeks ago, we have 10 markets in which we have DRSs in place with very good results. And of course here Romania, it's a best case example, and you heard Gemma. Both Romania and Hungary, for example, have above 80% collection rate in the first 6 months of the year, which is impressive. But collection is not enough. We need to do something with that packaging that is collected through DRS or through EPR. So we need recycling. And here comes your role of the ones that you are in the market. How we're trying to support it, it's by placing a lot of recycled content, recycled PET in our PET bottles. We have a commitment in 2025 to have at least 35% rPET in our bottles, which is 10% higher than the SUPD target. Last year we were at 24%. We are now calculating this year's achievement, but I can tell you that if we speak about EU countries and Switzerland, we had a goal of having in 2025 50% rPET in the packs. We will have around 60%, so we will overachieve the goal. We have 5 markets in which our full portfolio is 100% rPET, among them Romania. We have 5 water brands that are sold all over Europe that are in 100% rPET. So this is the hard work that we are talking about. This is the effort that we put behind during the recent years, investment, human resources, money, in being the most sustainable company, beverage company. But in order to scale up this effort, to sustain this effort, we need something very important. We need predictability in the supply of our rPET, and this, in our view, can only be achieved through what it's called access to feedstock for producer from the collected material through DRS or EPR. This is a principle already existing in legislation. It's in PPWR. Hopefully, this will be further developed in the Circular Economy Act. In our view, this is a very useful tool to create and foster this market of secondary raw material, because we need to make recyclates and recycled content appealing, and we need to make it affordable or at least competitive with the virgin material price. Of course, at the same time, there is a need, and we all saw the numbers, there is a problem of the recycling industry in Europe. And it might not be Europe competitive with the other markets, the American market, the Asian market. So we need very well designed and thought and smart measure at EU level and at local level to support the recycling industry. Whether we speak about state aid scheme, whether we speak about tax relief or incentives that would reduce the cost of production, this is something that we need to tailor, taking into account the EU and the local specificities, in order to make the production more appealing, to increase the availability of recycled content across Europe, especially in the plastic sector, and to transfer this reduced cost or this benefit that we aim for into the final price for the consumer. By doing this, we are very confident that we can achieve very high content of recycled material in our bottles for a very long term, and we can close this circularity loop and having also economic and environmental benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Moldovan, for your industry insights. I would like to turn to a producer and a recycler in the same time, Mr. Cristinel Dobrotă from Romcarbon. You're a leading domestic player. How has the influx of cheap, non-compliant recycled materials, both waste and finished polymers, directly undermined the Romcarbon ability to sell its high-quality domestic output? And what specific mandatory recycled content in non-packaging sectors does the Romanian industry require immediately to justify and secure future capital investment in expanding local recycling capability? Because I don't want to talk only about RPET today. Let's talk about more. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. What is the impact? Actually, we have seen before. Emilia showed us a very, very insightful presentation, and this is the real impact. And I can confirm this from the position of the recyclers. What's going to happen if we are going to have these measures you are talking about to impose a minimum recycled content in non-packaging? Apparently, this is looking like good measures. Yeah? If this is going to happen, everybody will be happy, especially the recyclers. But is going to be like that? I don't think so. And we have the recent experience with the PET. Yeah? I heard Mr. Damov many times in the conferences mention about the unfair competition. What actually has happened if this measure is not joined by the complementary measures? Okay, we impose the minimum recycled content, and we open the gate for the in the plastic industry plastic recycling industry from outside the European Union. We have created, and we are creating, if we just come with the measure without the complementary measures, a good opportunity for them. Yeah? And I am not happy hearing about this without seeing the complementary measures. As far as I know, this year the European Parliament and I think the Council eventually succeed to conclude the proposal for the minimum recycled content in the automotive industry, probably 20%. Marcel, am I right?
Yeah, there's still a
20%.
debate.
After a long debate, 25, 15. In our opinion, this is too long debate for what? For 15, for 20, for 25%? No. And this actually shows us that the industry, without the incentive, without the measures, they just see in the short terms. Yeah? We don't judge in the long terms. Yeah? Being a recycler and talking about the impact you're talking before, I can point out straightly, directly, for instance. Let's take an average, medium investment, not big, small, 5 million euro. In the European Union, out of this, around 25 to 30% is the investment in the water purification system. Is this happening outside the European Union? No, I guarantee you no. I didn't see this in Turkey, I didn't see anywhere else. And after that, the cost to purify the water, it represents around 5, maybe to 10% from the total cost. Yeah? We have recently this ESG reporting system. I'm working in the company which is doing that, and is doing good. But trust me, I don't really see the benefit of these useless, let's say, measures. What is the benefit of this? Okay, we just increase the CO2 footprint with this, let's say, all chain which is dedicated to this ESG. It comes with the cost. It costs the company between 30 to 100,000 euro. It depends on the size of the company. So this is another cost. Coming to the main cost element of this, which is the manpower and electricity. Today we have talked about electricity a lot. Yeah.
Yes.
And I can tell you that traveling in this world and talking with a lot of companies from outside European Union, from Turkey, also including China, you will never find out what is the real price they pay for electricity. Why? Because if they make export, they benefit of some incentive of some different prices. Yeah? But definitely the price difference for energy compared with us here is not one-digit figures. It's two-digit figures. Yeah? And it's the same for the main power. Yeah? The cost here, it's a lot. Okay, in this case, losing the competitiveness, yeah, we cannot do too much. Yeah, we cannot do actually too much from our position without the involvement of authority, and especially, of course, of European Union authorities. And I'm really happy hearing that Emilia mentioning about the working group, which is trying to figure out some measures to be taken in this industry. Yeah, we are looking forward to see these measures. Otherwise, the map Emilia showed us before, we are going to see more spots there of the capacity closed, yeah, in the near future. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dobrota. Insightful. I would like to turn to Mr. Ionuț Georgescu, CEO and founder of FEPRA, because we all know you like a leading voice of circularity in Romania. There aren't so many as we like, but thank you for supporting the cause. You are a CEO that is navigating the current market crisis. What specific legislative or digital tool, be it a mandatory end market target or a digital border enforcement mechanism, do you believe is the most critical right now to urgently restore fair competition and price stability to the plastic recycling sector? And how quickly can that tool be realistically deployed?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Cerc. Thank you, Plastic Recycling Europe, for this conference. We are proud members of both associations, and we are glad to be here. If I would answer to this question, this means somebody would need the Nobel Prize for the solutions on this. So I don't think we have it's somebody, one person who can have the solutions.
Hope you don't want the Nobel Prize for
peace. Sure. And for peace, for sure, no.
That's taken.
I will start first to tell you a little bit that FEPRA is trying to act more as a circular platform for packaging. I am proud to announce you that in 2 months we will open a new state-of-the-art recycling facility for PET. So this means in Romania we will increase to 20,000 tons per year capacity in Romania. But I'm not here to speak about PET because I think PET, it's a done deal in Romania, not only for us, because we have extra capacity here and we are very good players into this business. I'm trying to look a little bit further away for the plastics solutions. We saw some risk, we saw some problems also identified at EU level. What I truly believe is that in Romania, of course, we have to integrate more into European Union and to connect more with their problems and solutions, but I think we have to understand better our market. I think a lot of us remembers now 2015. It's 10 years since the broke of trust between the stakeholders was done in the market. I think in this moment, for the future of plastic, first of all, we have to rebuild the trust and we have to rebuild the connections between the producers, the sanitation company, the collection companies, recyclers, and of course with the government support in this moment. This is my truly belief. I think the main problem for us is to rebuild the system regarding the EPR schemes. I saw also on Recycle Europe that we have to redefine Europe. I saw also a little bit from Raul Pop defining that we have to reposition and clarify the responsibilities in the market. I think those are the main focuses that we have to do in the next period, because My main problem is that we have the hugest risk in the industry is that we depend so much on the legislation. And I remember some words, famous words. It was an American president who said, you know which are the worst English words in our dictionary? I am from the government and I'm here to help you. I am very afraid of this phrase into this. So this is why, yes, I believe that Romania can become a regional hub for plastic recycling. We have capacity. We have to understand better the financial connections between the EPR schemes, producers, with the minimum content of recycled material in new packaging. Because yes, we can have a lot of marketing, we can have a lot of push. I really like, for example, Coca-Cola ambition about 100%. If everybody would have 100% made in Europe, of course, it would be great. Because, as Christinel said, and I will support your idea, that bringing the market, opening the market to Asian and African, for example, North African facilities, which for sure do not respect the EU permits requirement, this is for sure, this is something that maybe can kill us. So I think we have to build a EU market which is strong enough, fair, and also transparent. And regarding transparency, I think EU should push more for digitalization of EPR and for transparency of traceability. In this moment, you do not know from where you have the material, which are the transactions, how the waste is moved. We can speak about Basel Convention, we can speak a lot about international convention, but we know that we do not respect until now 100% of them. If we want to be leaders as EU on sustainability, on being a circular economy, we have to recognize also our mistakes. We don't have to hide the waste under the carpet because it will blow in our face. And I think now it is time that also Romania will push more on the EU budget for 2027-2034, which is now negotiated. And I didn't saw any points from our industry. We have to be more united to push more the legislation, to put some our interest in the next budget of the European Union. Otherwise, we will be more and more dependent on the legislation and politicians. If you want this, raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll be alone. We are alone players, and we have to build more partnerships into this. So I think the main word that I will leave you from this conference, let's build better partnerships into this.
Thank you.
No more batteries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Georgescu. Thank you for your insightful ideas. Circular economy is about partnerships and circularity, and
this
being
is why we
together.
have the lowest circular economy rate in Europe.
No, this is not why. But we can talk in another conference about that, because if we answer this question, we will also take a Nobel Prize, or a smaller one. Well, you mentioned about difficulties in sorting and recycling. We have Mr. Andrei Dinescu from Greenpack, Chief Commercial Officer from Greenpack. Andrei, could you please tell us what is your biggest challenge when you're talking about separate collection and sorting of plastic waste? And how can you improve these activities in order to boost the recycling rates? Because we have a problem at this level.
Thank you, Alex. Congratulations, CERC and Plastic Recycling Europe for this conference. I think that the key words in that question are separate collection, because as we all know in the industry, the higher the contamination level in separately collected plastic is, the higher capex and opex you need for sorting and treating and recycling those materials. Right now we are talking about PET and the great job that we all are doing in collecting it separately and recycling it. But we should not forget that there are about 7 different polymers that are widely encountered in the plastic waste. And the key aspect for a higher yield in sorting and recycling is the separate collection of the material. Right now, not only us, but most sorting companies that actually want to do business need to invest a lot of money in automation and figuring out ways how to properly sort plastics that is good enough for the recycling industries. And also we as a recycler are looking at, for example, we're opening a factory next year for recycling of around 25,000 tons of LTPE with a higher contamination degree, and that is an investment of 15,000 euros. If that LDPE would have been properly, separately collected, I can wager that a good chunk of that money we would be able to invest in something else. Right now, we've been talking for years about separate collection. We know all the challenges that we have, both collectors, sorting companies, and municipalities. We're all thinking of ways how to increase the quality of the plastics that is separately collected. And on the same time, we're throwing money at the sorting and the recycling to try and close the gap between where we are right now and where we should be. I'm not gonna lie. Our investors are anxiously looking at what the European direction is, what the European and Romanian legislation is, because if some things change, you can wake up one morning and have a perfectly valid business plan not working anymore. So as always, I think that we need support and predictability, and we need ways of being ensured that what we do is valid for at least medium term. And we are looking at hundreds of millions of euros that Romania is paying today to the European Commission only on SUP. Maybe all of us together will find a way to make sure that at least some of that money comes back in the industry and helps us recover and recycle more.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you very much. I would like to get another opinion from somebody directly affected, head of sales, Mr. Paul Bulnaru, Green Tech. You are completely and totally and directly affected about this market pressures and release. How is the pricing pressure from cheap non-EU recycled content that is degrading your Green Tech margins? And do we need specific legislative mandates for recycled content, in your opinion?
Thank you very much, Alex, for your question and for the presence of everyone for this nice event. When it comes to plastic recycling situation in Europe, we see very high interest for the RPET, for the recycled PET, for packaging sector. That, as we all know, is highly regulated, and it should be implemented, all these regulations, since this year. But in reality, we still see we as recyclers, we still see a very high competition when it comes from imports, especially Asian imports, but lately also Turkish and North African imports. If producers will continue to choose the cheapest version, then definitely the install capacity and also the demand for European recycled PET will decrease. Then we don't handle only PET for food grade, but there are also other industries and other applications that for the moment we don't have a percentage of recycled content that we need to reach. Definitely there, the big volumes that are feeding those markets are virgin, as Marcel was also anticipating. And the pricing pressure in this moment is very high. We are speaking about 50% of cheaper virgin quality and better quality, and until producer doesn't have any obligation to use recycled content, they will definitely prefer the best option and also the cheapest option in this moment. Then what we also seeing in the other markets, non-food markets, is the fact that there is a high demand for recyclates. Consumers want to use more recycled content into the final products. Of course, until they hear the price, and that is where all our problems in the commercial team start. So in this moment, as a producer in automotive construction, it doesn't even matter the industry. They have two options in order to reach that demand of recycled content. The first option definitely is the European origin, that it's here, it's close, and high services and everything, but it comes with a higher price. So the price between European recycleds, plastic recyclers, and Asian, it's approximately 40% higher. And definitely producer will prefer to use the cheapest alternative if they will not have any other obligation or any other, let's say, benefit in order to use European one. The difference, as we all know, is coming from energy cost, labor standards, and environmental standards that our competitors in China, in Turkey, and other places, they don't need to follow. While we do so, the most important thing is it's very simple in the end. We need to fight with the same guns. We need to even let's say the playing field and have same benefits. Another thing, important thing will be to somehow remunerate producers that are using local European recycled products. That coupled with the already said same situation and same competition will make us as European recyclers more attractive, and definitely the recycling capacities in Europe will be covered, and then also we will manage to increase capacities to have decent margin, and in the end reach the target that we all need to reach as countries.
Thank you very much, Paul. I understand your concerns and the issues that you are raising. Hopefully some of them got some answers today. You mentioned technology and everything else that keeps recycling going. We have Mr. Traian Ionescu here. He's the regional sales manager of Tomra Recycling. Welcome. You are producing and selling high technology sorting solutions. There is a widespread market distortion from cheap, low quality imports and zero guarantee demand for non-PET polymers. How important is advanced technology today to plastic sorting and high quality recycling business?
Hello, thank you for inviting me at the conference. I do believe that the sorting efficiency, because in the end, it's very simple. It's a very simple loop. The material are produced separately and then collected together. And they cannot be used together. So in order to increase any chance of having a good product at the end is very simple. You need to separate again. And apart from sorting technique effectively, it's also, I think, one of the main problems of the sector, not only in Romania, but as we can see everywhere in Europe, is efficiency. And I think efficiency is a common denominator for all the operations. Of course, for instance, in Romania, from what I know, there are over 100, maybe 150 companies doing small-scale collection, processing, some type of recycling with 1, 3, 5, 20 people. I do not believe that they can cover all the cost by doing so. But again, this seems to work very well in the countries that are flooding the market of EU. So somewhere, the things has to be balanced. And being more efficient is basically lowering your cost. And in my opinion, there will be some choices to be made. Some countries will go depending what is more efficient. And I think this is a very, a very good time. Like Marcel was saying, I like your presentation very much. You started on a high horse, saying, okay, this is going to be very good. We have a very good threshold of revenues, and then that collapsed. So that made you think, made you try to be more flexible, try to be more adaptive. And I believe this is going to happen throughout Europe, and this is what I see already in the region. People are trying to adapt and to innovate. But this is not easy, and of course, some people are learning the hard way. Again, Marcel, you said that you had the legislation approved and everything, and you're hoping on that, and I only have one word for that, amateur. In Romania, and let's say in this part of Europe, after the legislation has been passed, approved, done, everything, then you see, after 1 year, you see what was changed to that, or if it is applied at all.
That's exactly also the issue, I'm afraid, with the packaging and packaging waste regulation. Yes, everybody's now thinking like 2030, life should be good, but will that really happen? Because if 1 million tons of recycling capacity is gone, there will not be enough recycled material of the right quality. And then either two things can happen, or indeed we open the borders and everything will come from Asia, or we will just say, well, we like with all respect, the brand owners, but also the converters, they, especially also the converters, they prefer virgin. They say, well, we want to, but there's just not the right quality, so let's postpone legislation by another 5 years.
Could be. Again, for me, as I said, it's a very simple idea, it's efficiency, and some countries has approached this differently. For instance, Sweden, Norway, they said, look, we are too small as a nation, but we produce waste over a wide area, but which it doesn't make sense to be treated where it was produced or collected. Yeah? So let's make one big, huge facility that is super efficient, that can sort 100,000, 150,000 tons per year into 10, 12, 15 polymers at the right quality, control the cost, job done.
If I may add.
Please.
We like to sleep very well when we think that the government is doing a legislation imposing somebody else's obligations, and we are the beneficiary of that business case. It's very nice to sleep very well if you receive the money from the EPR scheme. It's very nice. Let's design some business cases without this too. Let's see how we can match something. Yes, efficiency and technology are very important. Let's design our business, first of all, not thinking about these instruments, because until now maybe they have helped us, but now they are not anymore in the strength or opportunity places in our SWOT analysis. I think they are in weaknesses and threats in this moment. So everybody, imagine now the car industry in Europe, how it's threatened by the Chinese car industry. Okay, let's make a legislation to protect. I think we have to, first of all, to see inside our industry which are the tools that we can build to protect ourselves.
Absolutely. But just to finish with one last remark, it can be that, as I said, now it's a painful time for pretty much anybody in recycling, be it a supplier of technology or a recycler per se, but it's also a time of innovation and adaptation. And whoever will do that faster will cross across the line. One factor that is that I see popping up everywhere, especially in Eastern Europe in the last 5 years, is the manual labor. And I think this is also why Western Europe now is more affected than Eastern Europe. Of course, the manpower has increased, the cost of manpower has increased exponentially in Eastern Europe, but even more so in the western part of Europe, and that you cannot keep up. So either you adapt and innovate and try to be more efficient, or, just like with the heavy industry of the past, there will be countries with no recycling whatsoever, just collection, and to outsource recycling to where it's more performant.
Sorry, one more word about
Please.
the efficiency, which Traian and Ionuț mentioned about. I didn't see any sorting plant in Romania to have optical sorting. I don't know if anyone see this. So we talk about the sorting of plastic waste without optical sorting. That's not possible. That's why today the biggest quantity of the plastic waste is coming from the informal system, how it's called. I don't know if this is the right word. So just want to add this about the efficiency.
Sorry, I would like to add to that. I will invite you to visit us in Ștefănești.
No, there are a few sorting plants in Romania.
Sorters there,
yeah.
But from what I could tell, especially the systems that are managed, let's say, by the local authorities, there is no sorting.
That's what I'm talking about.
The input from there is not usable for the end recycler by any shape or form.
We sort that. We sort the yellow bag, the dry municipal waste from 2 sectors in Bucharest and cities around Bucharest, and unfortunately, more than half of it needs to go to incineration because of the poor quality. And I know it's a struggle for municipalities to control the quality, but all of us need to figure out a way to do that. And in the meantime, unfortunately, the alternative is to invest more.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, because, as I said, without obtaining a good product at the end, there is no chance that somebody will accept it now. Maybe 3 years ago it was still a possibility to find somebody who will do something to resell it at the end and to take something out. But even the cost of disposal of the fraction that is not usable has gone exponentially up in Eastern Europe.
Also, I would like to add something, because we're talking about 1-2 steps behind what Marcel and his team managed to do in the Netherlands. We are looking now at an output of, I don't know, close to 20,000 tons of granule, LDPE granule in our plant. And I'm not really sleeping lightly about what the market is for those granules, even at the proper quality. So there is a challenge that once we face all these challenges that we are talking about locally, and we have a good product, I'm not sure that clients will outbid themselves for it. So,
gentlemen, I'm glad that the dialogue is flourishing, but you have to wrap up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, so for me, I'm done.
I can hear only opportunities here.
Okay, what's the
So
threat?
we have opportunities all around the table. Let's build business cases. Let's build strategic partnership between us, because we discussed it a little bit in the break earlier. You cannot build circular economy only in your backyard. If we really want to build circular economy, we have to put ourselves together on the same table, to turn our cards with the face up, to build trust between us. We made mistakes, all of us. Okay, we will correct them. If we are transparent between us, we can build real partnerships. Otherwise, we'll stay in our silo, we'll be the king of our silos, and that's all. But I am very positive that Romania can become a regional hub for plastic recycling in Eastern Europe. We have to
Totally
do it.
agree with you. Any other opinion, somebody who doesn't believe that? If not, I would like to thank you very much for your participation and good ideas in this panel. Please go to the technical team to leave your mics for the next panel. And meantime, Marcel, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm fully agreeing with the remark you made that circularity is a team effort. You cannot do it by yourself, and you need to work together. And indeed, one of the considerations in the Netherlands is indeed, are we the right country to recycle? And it's actually kind of sad that we're thinking that, but it is.
You kind of have some big salaries over there. Is
Yeah.
this an issue?
It is, yeah.
It
It is for the manufacturing. I mean, if you compare, for instance, we've been doing studies also, should we be moving the line within Europe or outside Europe? So we've been looking at energy costs and also labor cost. And then if you look at India or Indonesia, labor costs are about 1/10 of the labor costs in the Netherlands, and energy costs are between half and 1/4. And then if you see that Europe, where Trump is imposing import duties, Europe is looking for free trade with India and Indonesia. So, and that's what I really don't understand. It more or less feels like we deliberately are ruining our own industry instead of protecting it.
So what should we do? We cannot go 100% renewable and green energy tomorrow. That's for sure. And the prices were not going to go down, even if it's green energy.
Yeah, for me, I would go for import duties, but that's me.
Okay, so that's one opinion, import duties. Other mechanisms of controlling the borders?
Yeah, the CBAM. I mean, but also there, CBAM was imposed in 2021 and is now getting on stream in 2026. Literally at the last minute, guess what was taken out? Plastics. Why? Well, a big lobby from also the virgin producers who are also having their head offices often not in Europe. So that's another issue.
So everybody is lobbying for something, right?
Yeah, and there's a strong lobby. Especially, I mean, we're in like a system change, and let's say the establishment, the companies who've been around and who are being attacked, they will do anything in their power to protect their current position.
You have heard all the colleagues here in the panel. There are recyclers, there are people who are running EPR schemes, there are producers. What's your strongest opinion about why we have this challenge, this provocation, this crossroads?
Because I think Europe is not well organized. The United States, so you ask somebody where you're from, I'm from the United States. If you ask somebody from Europe where you're from, you will get the exact country. And that's a bit of the issue where you have the European Union with the Commission coming with a proposal, and then the Council, and then the Parliament, and they first need to agree. Finally, it's adopted, and then it's going to go to all the different member states, where each and every member state is implementing it on a different way. And what you create is chaos. And that's what we're seeing now. Everybody's talking, but nobody's taking action. Whereas in India, for instance, just this year they adopted for rigid packaging 30%, next year 40%, year after 50%. And we're talking for things to be implemented in 2030 when we need it now. And instead of saying, okay, 30% by 2030, you should say 5% this year, 10% next year, 15% the year after, because that way you can gradually change and you create a market for the industry.
Yeah, this is an issue where if India is moving faster than we are moving, is it because we are a big democracy, an European Union, as it is called, where so many democracies, and maybe sometimes it takes us a little bit longer to talk between ourselves and get to the common ground.
Yeah.
Maybe it's simpler to be India in this story.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's somebody was referring to like Europe being like the Roman Empire 50 years before it fell, and then said, but it's better to be there.
I don't believe that because the Roman Empire had many difficulties and challenges.
Yeah.
But definitely they didn't have the plastic one.
No.
They're totally sustainable, right?
Yeah, but I think finally by sticking together and working together that we can make things move. We have to. I mean, we owe it to our children.
Of course, of course. Do you foresee that at some point you are going to start again Helix operations in the Netherlands?
I mean, yes, we could definitely be. We have we've done the whole engineering for a new factory, which is a factor 4 bigger than this one to get the economies of scale and much more automized and based on the learnings that we've done the past 5 years. But right now, there's just no business case. So what first needs to happen is that legislation will be implemented and enforced, or that the virgin price have to go up again. But I don't see that happening in all honesty. So then it is up to legislation. And if that will happen, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I think we need to get rid of our own waste instead of shipping it abroad and let second and third world countries deal with it. So we have to do it. And then we need to.
So no more shipping out the waste. Just deal with it.
Yeah.
And
it's our waste.
Don't consider it waste. Consider it a resource.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're right.
I would kindly ask the speakers who are ready to join us on the panel, while Marcel is totally kind to tell us again why is the threat. Why is the threat what's happening for the European, not only sustainability, but for our security?
Well, during the Corona crisis,
yeah.
What did we notice is that we were in need of the mouth protection, and we had to get it all from Asia. Well, it was not available, so we were struggling to get the material which we really needed, and then everybody said, okay, the critical things, we need to onshore, we need to produce again in Europe. So immediately during and after Corona, you saw that there was some increase in producing here. But finally what happened? 2-3 years later, it was basically analyzed. It's more expensive to produce it here in Europe than abroad. And finally, all those initiatives were cancelled again. But if we will get into a situation where you now see it also with the precious metals, if China will just say, hey guys, this is critical for us, we're not shipping outside of China anymore, I mean, basically we're in deep shit. So we need to make sure that we keep our resources, as you call it, that we use them ourselves, because that makes us less dependent from Asia and the US.
Thank you, Marcel. Please a big hand of applause for Marcel and for his work.
Thank you.
Please join us in the panel. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Monsieur.
Mr. Senator, welcome. We have been talking all day about Romania's failure to recycle enough packaging waste, and that translates directly into a massive financial contribution via the 0.8 euro per kilogram penalty to the EU budget. We understood that this penalty is a subject of discussion within the European Commission in the Parliament and is one of our top priorities and concerns. Could you please share with us what is the status of the discussion and what is your view for this plastic penalty in Romania? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here with you, with professionals from this field and industry. First of all, I think Romania is trusting by great problems, and the Ministry of Environmental we must treat these problems with very serious way because in 2025 we have a lot of procedures and communication with European Commission in different areas. We have waste management, we have biodiversity and nature conservation, we have air pollution, we have climate change, and in different areas we have problems. We are losing money. For example, I was participating in different events. I was present to different recycling factories and discussing with different people about the situation at national level and European level. I saw one thing. For example, the national state is paying the contribution. Some other states chose to pay from 2021 the contribution by national level. But now in 2024-2025, they transferred the contribution to the industry, and some of the countries, they are giving bonuses when they are using recycled plastic. In this field also we started 3 weeks ago. We asked also the Ministry of Finance. We asked also the Ministry of Environment officially. We ask also the National Agency of Environment Protection. We ask Environmental Fund what they are doing, what they are preparing, how big are the penalties they paid, how they are estimating the penalty for the next years, what is the direction. And the third thing that I learned in discussion, because I'm not a specialist in this field, is that the recycling industry in Europe has a problem. We are importing from Asia recycling plastic to use it in Europe. And that is why I prepared, but I'm still waiting for confirmation from the ministry and authorities, and then I will put the industry at the table to have a good law that to be applied. My point of view is that we must transfer the responsibility to the industry. We must prepare a program for every ton of recycled plastic that is used to gain from national fund bonus, and then to have also a program to help our national industry of recycle. This is the three things that we are doing. I don't know if it's the right way.
We don't know either. We are here to find a solution.
Every time when I'm asking questions about these things in this area, everybody is passing the problems, but it's not a solution to pass the problem. We must take the horn of the bull and make a decision, and for Romanian industry, we must help them, because now they are a little bit vulnerable. That is why I'm hoping for suggestions from you. We have here Mr. Damov, who will, I think, who will be part on the group that we are working on the legislation. But even you are interested, please contact us, and from the Environmental Committee we will plan to do it in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks we plan to have a working group for this legislation. If you ask the Ministry of Environment, they will say Minister of Finance. If you ask Ministry of Finance, they will say, we don't know, we will pass it to the environmental fund. It's a problem that is needed to be solved, from my point of view.
So this is the hot potato. Actually, the Ministry of Finance, Environment and Economy were here in the morning, and they were working together, and we really like that to solve this issue.
Yeah, with the committee from the Deputy Chamber, also we have a representative from there. We will try to find solutions that is better for Romania, in the first of all, then for the industry, and to protect the national Romanian industry, and to find solution financing different programs to support them. Okay, you are using AirPet, for example, you gain some bonification. That is why we also analyzed how the other states are doing. And that is why they are mixing the legislation. That is why we need your help in first case.
We'll be glad to give it to you, but I would kindly invite you to listen to the opinions of 2 recyclers and 2 producers. We start with the recyclers. We have Mr. Mihail Moloiu. He's the General Manager of Professional Recycle. Mr. Moloiu, you are representing the domestic capacity that we need to eliminate this EU penalty. You are working a lot and doing a good job. How securely is your existing compliant facility in terms of utilization rate, profitability? How are you affected of low-cost material imports? And how do you see the enforcement of legislative mechanisms in order that you will be confidently to run your business 10, 20 years from now at full capacity, even expand it?
Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. Regarding the actual situation, yeah, it's not the best. I think it's the worst in the last 15 years in PET. The biggest challenges are with the imports from Egypt, Asia. Africa, not so much, because today are not big facilities for our PET. But the challenges are coming from Egypt and Asia. We need a good implementation regarding the legislation, even 1616, 2022, where we have some rules regarding the imports, EU, non-EU material, in one side, and in the other side, maybe it's an option to look on example what we have in Spain. They start with a tax in 2021. Italy, they have the legislation, but they didn't start. France is the last project what was implemented, starting with January 2026. They will have it. It's a bonus, actually. It's not a plastic tax for the virgin. But generally, recyclers in France, they are optimistic in the future, because the 550 euro what was decided for 2026 and 2027 will compensate the gap between virgin and RPET. Regarding the tax what we pay to the European Commission, yeah, I think the best solution is to look on the option to increase the recycling rate. But even if we increase this, we need customers to sell the material.
You need the market.
Exactly. That is the biggest challenge today. It's true, we have very low consumption. the impact is extremely high. But working together to take action, to compensate maybe the gap between virgin, recycled, to have good legislation, to protect the market, to look on the PCR contents. It's another question, if we really have PCR contents 100% or not in the RPET or preform what we see in the market. That's all, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moloiu. We're sticking with the recyclers, and I'm turning to Mrs. Mirela Drăgoi. She's the general manager of Pesta Recycling. You are well known in the market. You have benefited from various capital investments. You have a new line of production. You are premium market floor for certified domestic rPET. What's your opinion on this? How can we act? What would be the measure that is going to impact you directly and fast?
Thank you so much for inviting me. First of all, I would like to complete you a bit, Alex. At the beginning, we are converters. At the beginning, we are preform makers. And this recycling business came naturally into a vertical integration of the business. We are very close to the producers, and we know pretty well what are the painful points of them, and coming together with them on the roads. It's clear that, as your title is saying, we have some threats. I would not like to say for Romania crisis yet, but we have some threats, and also we have some opportunities.
Yes.
The threats are coming from two horizons, and coming at the Emilia beginning presentation, please think all that breakage, all that bankruptcy, all that closes was happened into countries where all the targets for collecting and for recycling was reached. It's not about Romania. Could you imagine in Romania, where we are fighting with figures for collecting? Lucky us, we have close to us DRS, a very beautiful DRS system. Can you imagine coming for the idea? What's happened when we struggle with national numbers of collecting, of recycling, and having these very big threats of importing. So, and I would like to provoke you at a very small exercise. It's not a gym one. I really need it, but it's not a gym one. It's a managing one. We have all the factors here, production factors. Let's see Romania like a business case. We have everything on the table. We have a beautiful DRS, the biggest and the beautiful DRS on the world. We have, I think, and I totally agree with your notes, we have recycling facilities, good enough like a quality and like a capacity. We have a very good market where we are running with. What is missing? Because it's something missing if we will talking about threats and possible crisis. It's missing a protected domestic market. And this is our philosophy. Let's look at the domestic market. This is our big treasure. And it's very important to care about this domestic market. And coming to your question, just not to spend too much time.
No, it's okay, please.
We have a very specific, because we are very close, as I said at the beginning, to the producer needs. We have a very specific two proposal, Mr. Senator, and I'm really happy to have the chance to present it to you. Is that let's put pressure on the producer who are using recycled material coming from the domestic waste. And in this way, we will support the domestic industry for recycling. In this way, we will support the DRS system. In this way, we will support also the producers' needs. And our second proposal is that let's put pressure into a higher usage of a recycled material, but again, domestic recycled material. But I'm an entrepreneur from the beginning until now. I do not believe that penalties will create a good market. I totally believe that incentives and rewards will create a good market. And I suggest to think, when you will put down all the regulation, the future regulation, think that how to reimburse producers which is eager to use much more than the minimum limit of recycled content, and on top of that to use domestic recycled market. Let's have a look on the markets who do not act to protect themselves as well as they can into a big community. That was our very specific proposals on your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Dragoi. I agree with most part of your proposals. And because you mentioned the producers, let's go to the producers. We're having here Alice Nikita. She's the Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Director at Coca-Cola SBC Romania. Please welcome. As a Corporate Affairs Manager, how does the systemic look of enforcement against non-EU recycled material, combined with the absence of sufficient mandatory demand for non-PET recycled materials, how is this directly impacting your cost and security of your local compliance supply?
Thank you. It's very insightful, the conversation that we have, and also this conference since this morning. For sure, it enriches also my view of the things, and this is also somehow how I would like to frame my message. I believe that it's very challenging to see things in perspective and not to look at it for the immediate situations, and also only in this room and also in this market. So I would have like three sort of things or thoughts that I have built since this morning, and I would like to convey also further. For producers, there are a lot of challenges. Yes, we are all living in very challenging worlds. Mr. Varga started with how the market and macroeconomics perspective of Romania are looking, and we are seeing the challenges that Romanian state has and Romanian budget has. On the other hand side, we very well know our own perspectives and the budgets and the challenges that we are facing as producers. And we've seen since this morning the recycling market, PET recycling market all over Europe and in Romania. What is the current situation? We should try to think of perspective and solutions not only for the current status, but also for medium-term solution looking. So we cannot solve it all by one. We cannot have passed forward the penalty of non-recycled plastic to producers and solve the budget need, because we will create other problems. So what we need, it's a mechanism that will be forward-looking, meaning we should first of all look at root cause of the high amount that Romania is paying for the EU budget, yes? What are the real root causes? Lack of proper collection system, and here I'm not talking about DRS, which is a best-in-class model, but DRS is only targeting, it's not a solution for everything, it's only targeting 20% out of packaging waste, yes? So we can learn from this model, but then we need to find solutions also for the other streams. So first collection, then how to increase recycling target, no? Not to pay that much penalty to EU budget. Because why? Why not to pay? Because we cannot control where it ends up, yeah? How to use it further. And the penalty without knowing exactly how it could serve also our local market doesn't really serve its purpose. It serves EU budget purpose. But we also need to think here how we will develop further the local market. And then when we have a very clear view on the root causes, then we can think about solutions. And potential solution now, talking about plastic tax, are one, on one hand side, increase collection and use of that collected material in recycling, meaning increase the secondary market for the recycled materials in all the applications. Because we speak a lot about PET, but plastic means more than PET. So what we need to see are the alternative solutions for different sorts of plastics. And then, of course, not to penalize, but rather to incentivize the recyclate, how we say, and the recycled content. For sure, we as producers are committed, and we will keep our, how to say, on one hand side commitments, on the other hand side responsibility that we are not afraid of. And we will further increase the use of the recycled content in all of our packages. And we have an example that we are very proud of showing each time we have the opportunity. What we did and what we try to do here in Romania is to be one of the first markets in Europe to close the circularity of plastic. Yeah, the circularity loop of plastic. So yes, we want to have a good collection and efficient collection system for our packages put on the market, and that came, this is how we ended up with DRS, yes, and we were the driving force asking and helping to support the other partners to implement this system, which is a very efficient one for collection. Then we need to have access to feedstock as producers, because we need to have as close to the source of originating of this waste, the capacity of recycling it, and then access to food grade content RPET, which is even harder to get and more costly for sure. But because we want to have then at the end of the closed loop 100%, and we have currently to date our portfolio of PET in 100% RPET produced locally. So it's doable, but it comes with a high cost. And when we also see the potential of extra penalty, then the reality is that we see that we have a lot and increased pressures from multiple areas. And this is where I want to close with connecting with my first idea. Let's be very careful where the pressure points are and where we pass forward these pressure points to industries, various industries, producers industries, recycling industries, because only paying forward or putting forward a penalty without any real benefits, on behalf of it, let's say, you will not solve anything. Putting pressure from different taxes, excises, corporate income tax, and then plastic tax, this all adds up to already increased production costs and will only drive the volumes and the production lower. Therefore, the value chain will be impacted, all the, let's say, connected industries will be impacted, and the reality is that we will all look, as the initial scenario and mapping this morning was, heading down or towards a wall. And we don't want this. We want to stimulate the industry to grow, all the industries in the value chain. We want to ensure this access to circularity of the packaging and of the materials. And we should be looking at things in perspective. And we are here to, and very willing to contribute with our point of view going further.
Thank you very much. We stick to the producers. We have Mrs. Indra Mihaila, Corporate Affairs Lead, PepsiCo East Balkans. You are a company operating in the East Balkans region, right? So you have regional understanding of this issue, of this crisis of plastic. Given that current market instability characterized by cheap imports and non-compliant competition, this directly drives the EU plastic penalty. How does the Romanian government should act in order to create high-quality separate collection, and what specific Romanian policy would you like to be changed immediately in order to affect positively your supply chain?
Hi, everybody. Happy to be here and listen to all the perspectives. Coming back to your question and thinking about what was already said, I would like to reflect back on the first panel where we heard about one of the objectives of the Ministry of Environment, looking at responsibilities and where do these land? And we look across the whole chain. And I was also hearing the Secretary from the Ministry of Finance saying that responsibility sits with all of us. And I think that's very fair if we look at the supply and, you know, the chain of a product becoming, or its packaging becoming waste. You know, you produce it as a producer, you put it on the market, it goes to a consumer, the consumer then has the opportunity to separately collect the waste, placing it, you know, within the municipality or in a dedicated system as the DRS for beverages. Eventually it goes to a sorting center and then it is hopefully recycled. Now, here in the room we have actors, or we had actors from across the chain, and I think we have each a bit of a responsibility. And I was listening to Alice earlier saying that we have issues with collection, we have issues with sorting, we have issues with then the output of the sorting in terms of what recyclers can make of. And then I'm coming back to efficiencies. Everybody here said we need a business case, we need to be efficient, and us in companies, we know that best. But I think we should take that responsibility and take the efficiency to all of the stakeholders, starting with the state or with the government, with the municipalities. And then when you ask me, what policy? I would say, and I would challenge the idea of having new policy, because we have so much legislation in place for waste management. We have good legislation in a lot of senses, and yet we are very behind in implementing it. So if for the DRS, we producers in beverages invested, took a model we saw that is efficient, supported a lot of costs, and then achieved great results, I think for other streams, models are less clear. So we need to work together to improve those. We need to apply that legislation that exists and start with the, you know, mandatory fractions which should be collected by municipalities at source. Ensure we have a good quality of that separate collections, so sorters can then use that material properly and have maybe less contamination. I think we should definitely invest in the sorting centers in the sense of having less human-operated or manual sorting and then move to more automated, higher technologies, as we see some examples in the west of Europe. And then I think we should be more courageous in terms of looking at secondary life or post-consumer applications of those different types of plastics or polymers, because while it's ideal to go bottle to bottle, for example, in DRS, and we're all doing that here on this scene, but maybe for others it's not that easy to reach food grade, so then we should be maybe open to try and see what outputs can make economic sense. And I think, again, we have that legislation in place. I think we should rather come together across the chain and really look at how we can better enforce it, what investment opportunities there are out there, because we were also speaking about opportunities. And then I think the solutions will come across much more easily. And maybe one example, because we were also speaking in the first panel about data. And I'm going to bring up this topic of, you know, less easy stream of plastics to be collected, which is flexibles. And we are looking at this one currently, PepsiCo together with a number of other producers on a pilot project to understand what is out there, what is collected. And I was hearing, we're still observing it, so I don't have conclusions right now, I'll just make the disclaimer. But what I was observing is that, firstly, from the collection part, what goes to the belt to be recycled, 60% is incinerated because of the bad quality. And I was also hearing previously one of the other operators that has a sorting facility that this is the case. So 60% we're just losing it from the beginning because of the quality. Then out of it, using manual pickers is very inefficient, but eventually you can take some things out, and you would see that in the end these plastics that are hard to be collected are in a very small amount. So I was looking at numbers for one sorting center, and they were below 9% of that was being able to be recycled. So not of the total waste. From the total waste, I think it was 0.1% or something like that. So we should be smart about what do we aim to achieve in terms of improving collection, improving sorting, improving recyclability, and having more recycled content to come back to that penalty that you were saying. We want that to be reduced, but we have to be smart about it, because just by passing the pressure point, as Alice was saying, to producers, we're not going to increase those collection rates, those recycling rates. We'll just be moving things that, you know, producers aren't really responsible of, in the sense that can't really make a systemic change while creating maybe more pressure to the consumer.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are glad to have here with us Mr. Robert Uzuna. He's the president of the Romanian Association for Packaging and Environment. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you.
You are the voice of the packaging industry, right? Our members face the direct financial consequence of non-recycled packaging penalty. Beyond the DRS, what is the decisive government mechanism does your association advocates for? Maybe an expanded national mandatory recycled content target, or something else to create the economic certainty required for the recycling sector?
Thank you so much. I hope, yeah, I'm live. Okay. First of all, let me say a big thank you for inviting me here, and apologies for not coming from the very beginning, but given the importance of the topic and what Circular Economy Coalition stands for today in Romania, I wouldn't have missed it anyway, so thank you. I think a lot has been said, at least from what I heard since I joined, and these kind of topics, fortunately or unfortunately, Alex, we keep on talking about it in various conferences, but I'm glad to be able to put it again on the table in this format. I'll try to be short and to the point. Basically, what we are advocating, and some of my co-panelist colleagues and people in the audience have heard me saying before, I think it's long due the time when we said that the government should start or should stop lying itself. And actually, after more than 15 years of Romania joining EU, I think it's time for us to acknowledge the fact that at the level of municipalities we are not doing the right thing, and we are not doing everything that we should. The answer is simple. Improving municipal collection is one sure way to improve also the collection on plastic. About 1 month ago, I was attending a conference, as I said, again, with some of my co-panelists today. I salute Mr. Moloiu. And at that point in time, I was asking the audience if they are aware who is the member state in the EU, who is the EU champion when it comes to plastic recycling. And quite frankly, I would have the same question here. If there is anyone who knows who's topping the charts when it comes to plastic recycling in Europe. Any idea?
Bulgaria.
Sorry?
Bulgaria?
Italy, yes, indeed. But the majority of you, let's be honest, you would have expected someone in the Nordic, Scandinavic area to be there, the champions, the usual suspects, let's put it like this. And the reality of the matter is that Italy made a simple thing, which for a Mediterranean nation and its politics would seem rather impossible or unacceptable. And that is, they imposed very specific fines or penalties for the consumers when it comes to separate collection. Very hard sell for any local politician, we know from Romania example, but something that Italy eventually managed to do. And I cannot tell you how many times since I've been with the Romanian Association for Packaging and Environment, I heard the Romanian politicians saying that the authorities are not willing to impose penalties of the city halls on the municipalities because they don't want to move public money from one pocket to the other. While I can surely understand such a accountability, such an accountant-based example, the reality of the matter is that it doesn't help with the performance of the plastic collection in Romania. So, my point, I was promising to be short, but I couldn't. Okay. My point is basically the following. Before we start penalizing industries and consumers alike through, the pass-through costs that industry have to put, let alone the inflation effect that Alice was mentioning, and all the other drawbacks that comes from increased fiscal and taxation pressure altogether, I think it's time for us to start doing the right thing. Because sometimes I like to say, because I represent industry here, but not from a cynical perspective, I like to remind people that apart from the responsibility that is extended to producers, there should be a responsibility for the consumers. And when I say that, I'm a consumer myself, my family are consumers, so we all bear a burden and we will all have to pay a tax if we don't behave properly. But the state, the municipality, the waste management operators should all cooperate so that we start delivering what is, as I said, very long due. It's only after that, when we do what is long due, it's only after that that I would say we should start thinking about imposing new taxes, new penalties. And I'll finish by reminding that there is one dear state that I know it has imposed the plastic levy so far, which is Spain. And if you look at the plastic recycling performance of Spain, I hope I'm not wrong, but I checked yesterday, actually their collection and recycling decreased in the last 2 years, so when you compare 2023 to 2024. And if I'm not mistaken, it will be the fault of the Secretary General of the Association. We checked this information on the European Union website. That's my answer, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Uzuna from ARAM. I would like now to turn to Mr. Konstantin Damov. You're the president of Circular Economy Coalition. In the organization, we have recyclers, producers, converters, you name it. You have to have a position representing us all. What is your position in this panel? After this, you heard everybody. What would you like to transfer as knowledge to Mr. Senator?
Well, first of all, it's an advantage to speak the last one in a panel. And I will say like the Rabbi, everyone has right here. There is no one wrong. The point is, if we analyze just from, with a narrow image, with your own interest, or we will tackle this subject altogether. So we mentioned Returo. I think Returo, it's a success. We reached 95%, and for a Minister of Finance, it's clear that PET is not injecting any penalty to be paid. So we are almost 100% there. But what about the rest? Because we discuss about plastic packaging. we have a chain of confiscation of concepts. Circular economy is about being confiscated by recycling. And the plastic recycling is confiscated by PET recycling. I think we need a larger view. First of all, speaking about circularity, I think we never mentioned today the word reducing and reusing, the first step in circularity. And it's not the time now, but we have time in future. Future, we believe will be active many years from now.
Future starts tomorrow.
Then it's simple, you know, also to stay in this level, saying when if you want to make an omelette, you need to break the eggs, yeah. But in order to have the eggs, you have to pay the eggs. Let's assume that omelette is a result of recycling, but who's feeding the chicken? And I'm telling you the following. Today, in Romania, we're recycling 50%. That's a reality. 50% of the plastics, around there. 40-something was the latest, but I think with the boost of Returo, we are almost going to 50%, even probably more. The last numbers are from 2023, when Returo was not existing. And we are paying, I don't know, 250, 300 million for that. So we are looking to that like it is an opportunity to create a mechanism, irrespective who's paying and what. I don't want to make anyone stressed that will be moved to one or to the other. Penalties are not good. Penalties will be there to never be reached. If we speed on a highway and the penalty is 5 lei, we'll pay it at the entrance and runway is 200, no problem. Penalties should be there, but where we start with penalties, because where is our plastic? It's in the landfill. Landfill tax is too small. We have to reanalyze all these mechanisms until we reach to mechanism who is responsible for these 250, 300 million. And why we are paying? We are living in a parallel world. Maybe with an effort, we collect a lot of money, I don't know, in AFME. We are throwing for Rabla, for tractors, we don't know what to invent to spend money. And what is the cost? Because I'm saying who's feeding the chicken. EPR schemes are doing 50%, it's a target. So even municipalities will do a great job and they cannot finance collection and sorting more than 50%. So we are facing an under-financed chain. Where the financing could come? Could we create such a mechanism? Where the money is coming from? Just to, I don't know, that maybe EPR scheme can increase from 50 to 60 or 70 in steps. But then will be Romanian Minister of Finance considering not to pay 250 but to allocate maybe 5 times less in order that we are increasing the results? Could we use this penalty as a mechanism?
Or not?
Or not? That I think is a question. And I'm glad here to have Mr. Glad, Aurel Varga. We are glad together that it's very good initiative to start this debate. And when he said that he's inviting me, actually it's inviting all of you, all the coalition, that we can bring all the data inside, that the legislation is not appearing overnight and with regrets next morning. It happened to us, it happened to Returo, it happened many times. So what I'm saying, we have a lot of things to do here. We had 3 people from the government, they agreed to cooperate together. This is a huge step. And if the parliament, which is a legislative, it's on the top of the executive, we can communicate well. Finally, we can make steps and no regrets in this room. I hope it was a good to meet all together here,
Yes.
and also to have information at the European level. And I think there are opportunities, there are threats, and the problem will remain at the level of Europe. It's even different. We don't have a equal competition. The competition should be solved. And one thing which I was retaining is we don't have the same custom tariff for waste and for the new plastics. In reality, everybody say how we should stop China. China stopped in 2018 to import waste. So we should say, okay, let's treat equally. You can, if you raise a barrier, so you can import waste from Europe, we'll give it to you if you are so good. But they stop it. So it's not a clear, a lot of analysis should be done at Europe, but with groups like us, and we are happy to transmit through Plastic Recycle Europe. We, coalition, we have been signing that letter at a paper position, and I hope after this meeting we can feed with more data and information to solve this problem and to transform the crisis into an opportunity. Otherwise, the cost is not only commercial, how much I buy, how much I pay, how much is this, how much is that. We will transform it in a very big, huge social cost, because we need to go with the European waste somewhere. Is that the landfill, incineration? We need to take a decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damov. I thank to all the panelists for their inputs and insights. Special thanks to Mr. Senator for listening very carefully. I noted that you took notes. We hope to come and tell you more in your meetings. Thank you very much to everybody. Please give a warm hands of applause for our panelists.
To conclude, but finally, it is okay. I want to speak in Romanian. I feel more comfortable. Am 3 mandate în Parlamentul României, sunt în al 3-lea mandat. 2 la Camera Deputaților, 1 la Senat, acum la Senat sunt președinte de Comisie pentru Mediu. În cele 3 mandate, ca și membru al Comisiei, am văzut pe partea de industrie obligații, reguli, sancțiuni, penalități, conformare, ce vreți dumneavoastră. Iar industria, de obicei, se conforma, venea, întreba, nu știa cum să se descurce. Terminat în zona managementului deșeurilor în România. Pe cealaltă parte de legislație avem administrația publică, centrală, locală, cu fondul de mediu, da? Încă din primul mandat am auzit de taxa la groapă. Unde
se numește
taxa?
Contribuția pentru economie circulară. Știți, e foarte supărător pentru noi.
Am auzit-o, dar ceea ce trebuie să înțelegem e că miniștrii, guvernul, parlamentarii sunt oameni politici, primarii iară sunt oameni politici. Și din cauza politicii, în România, am tot pasat responsabilitatea. Pe zona de mediu am pasat responsabilitatea pe toate sectoarele și acum vin penalitățile, sancțiunile către stat. Și vă spun eu ce încredere pot să am când vorbim de sistem de management integrat al deșeurilor, când văd că s-au cheltuit atât de mulți bani, da, cel puțin din județul Arad, de unde provin, avem o stație de sortare subdimensionată, altă șansă de finanțare n-au, nu vin pe PDD, că nu mai au cum să depună proiect să obțină finanțare. Când merg mașinile și deja la stația de sortare este capacitatea completă, unde merg? Direct la groapă. Da? În primul rând că politicienii de la nivel local care gestionează problema managementului integrat al deșeurilor nu înțeleg oportunitatea și situația de față. De aceea eu cred că doar împreună, ați spus-o și voi, înțeleg foarte bine, mesajul dumneavoastră este extraordinar, dar trebuie să luăm taurul de coarne, trebuie făcut ceva. fără dezbateri săptămânale, lunare în Parlament pe o idee și să încercăm să o împingem să treacă dincolo de opoziția politică, nu vom face acest lucru. Și cred că oamenii de bună credință care vor înțelege că eu nu vreau să vin cu o penalitate care are status, să o dea, să o trec la industrie, la importatori, la producători și să rămână acolo. Aia va crea o problemă în lanțul respectiv, plus că va ajunge la cetățean în final. Da? Trebuie să găsim o soluție, poate doar o parte din penalitate să fie transferată, trebuie să găsim ecobonificații și programe de susținere a companiilor care folosesc materialul reciclat, să vedem exact până în ce zonă, care sunt cifrele, ca să găsim cel mai bun echilibru pentru România. Când vorbesc de România, vorbesc de noi toți, de la cetățeni, la industrie, la autorități. Nu știu exact și îmi cer scuze, n-am putut să vin de la începutul întâlnirii, am avut niște ședințe la Comisia de Mediu, ați văzut că ni se usucă pădurile și nu vrem să luăm nicio atitudine. Acum că am venit cu modificările respective în comisie, am dezbateri de nu mai știu cum să le aranjez. Dar în final, totuși după dezbateri, instituții, ONG-uri și Rom Silva, am găsit soluția potrivită pentru subiectul acesta. Eu sper din tot sufletul, pentru că în anii în care am fost în Parlament, unde am văzut unde se pun oamenii la masă, comunică transparent și sunt proactivi, acolo se întâmplă lucruri. Pentru că eu m-am săturat, și vă spun sincer și asta, nu știu, dar Raul nu e aici, m-am săturat din partea statului la orice idee, orice inițiativă, de cele mai multe ori să spună nu se poate. Haideți împreună să se spună că se poate și să avem cea mai bună soluție. Vă mulțumesc. Mult încă pentru invitație. Invitația rămâne deschisă pentru fiecare dintre dumneavoastră. Bun, vom încerca să facem o selecție echilibrată între reciclatori, producători, autorități, ca să nu existe o discuție și de transparență și că înclinăm balanța doar spre o anumită zonă, dar, în primul rând, trebuie să ne protejăm industria, trebuie să sprijinim economia circulară și, în final, da, trebuie să existe și acele penalități. Nu vorbim la industrie. Penalitatea e că poluatorul plătește. De ce administrațiile nu trebuie să plătească? În alte state din Uniunea Europeană, credeți-mă, inclusiv amenziile legate de mediu, merg la fondul pentru mediu, pentru proiecte de mediu. Și da, s-a spus aici despre tot felul de programe, rabla tractoare, da, eu cred că trebuie găsită cea mai bună soluție în a acoperi problemele și cel mai dureros mod, și cu asta închei, în momentul de față, e că bugetul Fondului pentru Mediu va fi unul foarte subțire, pentru că datorită, sau din nefericire, din cauza incapacității structurii din PNRR, vor transfera majoritatea proiectelor care nu mai primesc finanțare de acolo prin administrația Fondului pentru Mediu. Gândiți-vă ce efect are asupra țintelor pe care noi ni le propunem să le îndeplinim în România și investițiilor care ar trebui să fie făcute în managementul deșeurilor. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult încă o dată.
Și noi vă mulțumim foarte mult, domnule senator, pentru disponibilitate și pentru înțelegerea largă a problemei. Vă asigurăm că membrii Coaliției pentru Economie Circulară vă vor căuta și vor profita de deschiderea dumneavoastră. Mulțumim, vă rugăm, domnule Damov, să rămâneți pe scenă, ceilalți paneliști se pot retrage. We kindly invite Mrs. Starlovska for a 5 minutes wrap up with Mr. Damov.
Well, who should
I will
start?
say no more. It's only 5 minutes for you two.
Do you want to go ahead?
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for the so comprehensive information. And you said you are the first time in Romania. I want some impression. How do you feel the vibe in our industry and our preoccupation for plastic here? You had authorities, you had players, and of course we are under a big umbrella here, Coalition for Circular Economy, which we are trying to accelerate the process.
Well, I think that the impression is good, because already to be organized in such a coalition, it's a good step, because that's the first step to talk to each other, to understand the realities along the value chain, but also at different sectors. And I think what we see today is that plastics is not the only material that is impacted. So we need this value chain approach in different sectors as well. And I think the representation from the ministries was very good, and there were some interesting insights, and I think a good, let's say, approach to the future. But of course, these are taking time, and but the willingness is there to react, to do something. I think there was willingness also to work on the data together with the industry. That's something important. And from the perspective of Plastics Recyclers Europe, I have to say that that's what we do. We need data from our members to deliver it to the Commission, to the institutions, to say what is happening on the market. So I think you're very well organized, and it's a good start and a good way of exchange. So the impressions are good. What is worrying for me are the low collection rates, the issues with poor quality. That is really a bottleneck from what I can understand, and it has to be tackled. And I think DRS is the first step, but as mentioned, it's not the silver bullet, because it will not work for all kind of waste streams.
Well, you have the impression now. Could you have some recommendation for us in this challenging operation of tackling plastic problem? Do you have any recommendation? How do you feel? Situation has more optimism here than other places, or there are some differences between Eastern Europe? That's why we wanted to have the meeting here. We did last year with a Petcore, we have with a textile, also moving people in Eastern Europe and inviting surrounding countries as well. We are not very present in Brussels because it's a long trip, and it can appear that we are not so much interested, we are not so much focused. It's clear the communication, it's very good through organization and the association like yours, and we're trying to do that, but not all the players can be members in association in Brussels. We are thinking to do the same discussion in the future, to move some people also from Eastern Europe here to communicate on the larger scale and exchange ideas. What is your recommendation, and how do you feel the future in this arrangement?
Well, I think it's very difficult to give a recommendation that it's fit for purpose for Romania, but what I can definitely see as a benefit of a coalition like yours is that you are very close with the ministries, with the governments, and that's the way forward, to push also, to demand the change, to show what is happening on the ground. That's really the first step I would see as a recommendation. And then also participate in and invite the representatives from also from the EU. You also have the MAPs, Romanian MAPs, that are much more connected and know what's happening in Brussels, because it's really good to have this exchange, to understand those differences, geographical differences, economic, with the infrastructure, what is needed. So yeah, the exchanges are definitely necessary. And again, data, we need to understand what are the bottlenecks and those issues that you're facing on the ground, because every member state is definitely different. But today we see that we need also different member states to push the messages back to Brussels. So we need the representation of the member states with clear demands, because the Commission can do a lot, but member states, if they also create a coalition of member states, they can demand an action on the EU level. So they have a power and they have a voice.
I was addressing few questions, and I don't want to take the role of Alex. Do you have any question or any things to address to all of us, not to me, to all the people in this room? Do you have any question or any final message?
Well, my question would be, what would be your solution that I should bring back to also Brussels and say, okay, this is the one solution we need right now to help on the collection side in Romania? It's a very general question, but I think it's very valid.
Well, I think there are many questions, and just we, in the name of, in personal name, and my colleagues, we really want to thank you for the effort you made it to come here and share data with us, and I hope we stay in future in contact, exchanging information, so we have become stronger in this challenge that Europe has, one side circular economy, but on top of this, the plastic war, a plastic, how to say, fun. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's very, very insightful to get really the feeling of what's happening in different member states and what challenges are there, and to understand that better. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tarlovska. Thank you very much, Mr. Damov.
And I think we can give some applause for our guest.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Plastic Recyclers Europe, Professional Recycler, Rom Carbon, Pestar, Tomra, and our special media partner, Radio Romania Cultural. I would kindly invite before lunch all the speakers to come for a group picture, and then everybody eats and everybody socializes. Thank you.
Yeah, we organized.